plant growth promoting bacteria, whereas the control treatment showed the lowest potassium content in rice grain. For sulfur concentration in rice grain, this one is also similar trend. That means 75% nitrogen plus plant growth promoting bacteria 2. They produce the highest sulfur content in rice grain, whereas the control treatment, that means where we did not apply any nitrogenous fertilizer, they produce the lowest sulfur content in rice grain. So in conclusion, we can say sequencing data clearly identified that bacterial isolate plant growth promoting bacteria 1 as Bacillus midis flavi, whereas plant growth promoting bacteria 2 was identified as Bacillus aryabhattai. And the highest value of all of the agronomical characters are mostly obtained from T13 treatment. That means 100% nitrogen, then 100% nitrogen plus PGPB2 and 75% nitrogen plus plant growth promoting bacteria treatments, which indicate that application of 25% less nitrogen as compared to the recommended dose of nitrogen will not affect the growth as well as the yield contributing characters of rice. And significantly, the highest nutrient content, that means N, P, K, and sulfur in grain of rice was mostly obtained from the treatment that received 75% nitrogen along with plant growth promoting bacteria 2. So this was actually a pot experiment. So we can say this type of experiment should be conducted under field conditions so that uh, we can confirm whether they perform under field condition or not. So these are some pictorial views at vegetative growth stage of rice under different treatments. All of the 15 treatments we included here. And this one is the pictorial view of the rice plant at harvesting stage under different treatments. Okay, that's all about my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation, and I would like the audience to receive a so I have a question. So here.
Yeah.
So I want to know why we are using plant growth promoting bacteria when there are availability of inorganic fertilizers for PE.
Oh yes, I know. I already tell you that for higher use of inorganic fertilizer, it causes some negative environmental effects, especially for nitrogen. Right? It will increase the nitrous oxide emission, sometimes eutrophication. So to avoid this situation, if we combine the inorganic fertilizer with some plant growth promoting, promising plant growth promoting bacteria, then we can reduce the use of nitrogenous fertilizer. So we can keep our environment safe. So this one is very eco-friendly. We can say eco-friendly technique. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Any more questions?
Yeah. Thank you. Already we have Azoxystrobin brasilensis for rice, which is very effective. So why there was need to get some new species of PGP?
Yeah. Actually, azospirillum is also very good. But for microbiologists, we have always try to get more and more effective strains. It may be azospirillum, azotobacter, or some other. Like in my case, we have selected bacillus. Some literature also shows like pseudomonas, they can also give good result. So always we need to screen some potential isolates so that we can get maximum yield to reduce.
Yeah. And one more small query. Your nitrogen percentage in grain is quite small, quite less. It looks to be 0.7%.
I also agree with you. I don't know why this one. So maybe we need to check this one. And for field condition, it may be different. The experiment was conducted under pot condition. That's why maybe some less amount of nitrogen in rice grain. Yeah, I agree with you.
I think we've got time for one more question. Hello?
Hi, I'm not an expert in bacteria. A quick question. Did the bacteria promote growth in the early stages of growth that enables you to know whether or not distinguish between the hormonal effects of the bacteria on plant growth versus its nitrogen savings. Is there any clue on that?
I don't know whether I understand your question. Maybe can you repeat?
Well, growth promoting bacteria have produce hormones that promote growth, irrespective of the nitrogen status of the plant. That would be that you could imagine you would observe that in the very early stages of the seedling growth. My question is, do you observe any growth promoting effect on the seedlings that may give you a clue whether or not it's a hormone thing or a nitrogen?
Oh, yes, I understand. So in my case, I did not check for seedlings, but I have recorded some parameters like plant growth, spade value, chlorophyll content is high or not. So in the next time, maybe we can consider whether the seedling growth is increased by this type of bacteria. Thank you.
Excellent. Any more questions? Well, then please join me in thanking the speaker for a really nice talk.
Thank you very much.
And we're moving on to the next 15-minute oral presentation. Both the level, and it's Christina Vera Sorilla.
There is a general announcement. I request all the speakers of this session to please be present till the end of this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Senalvin Suri from Sri Lanka. So I'm here to present today on the title, Use of Controlled Release Nitrogen Fertilizer to Reduce the Import Bill of Urea, Potentials and Challenges for Sri Lankan Paddy Sector. And I thank N24 for this opportunity. So let's kind of give you a slight background as to what led to this. Paddy plays a vital role in the Sri Lankan agriculture. It accounts for majority of the land, which is approximately a little higher than 700,000 hectares, which accounts for a significant proportion of the agricultural land, as well as if you take the entire land of Sri Lanka, still a significant proportion. And it uses considerable amount of resources, fertilizer, seeds, labor, and etc. And there are certain laws and restrictions as to when and how you could use paddy land. For example, it's protected. You cannot use it for other purposes unless otherwise in certain exemptions. So when I talk about the paddy or the rice sector and the nitrogen fertilizer use, basically all three are used. And what we use predominantly is urea, which is imported entirely. The amount is subjected to fluctuation, but this is about 110 to 150 million US dollars annually. And if you take the entire fertilizer bill, import bill, this is a significant proportion, subject to some fluctuations, but more or less it has been hovering around 55 to 60% of our entire fertilizer bill, import bill, urea. And kind of the research suggests that the NUE or the nitrogen use efficiency is around 30% for low value. So what is the problem here? Well, the Sri Lankan, we had a crisis a couple of years ago, which was a culmination of the brewing several years ago, but it kind of culminated in 2022 due to a series of bad decisions and etc. What happened was we were in a severe foreign exchange crisis, and we had to cut down our imports. So there were some import restrictions in the country. So you can see the couple of pictures there is people queuing up to buy gas to burn to be for cooking. You can see the gas tanks, blue color on the top picture. So people, instead of sitting in queues, they have left their gas tanks, so people know they are in the queue. And the second picture at the bottom is the fuel crisis. So like people queuing up to pump gas for their cars. So like basic amenities were not available, and this kind of affected fertilizer use as well. Like it naturally had an significant pressure on the already high import bill. And on top of that, the government came up with this drastic policy. Overnight, suddenly it had some premonition that we all didn't see. They thought, okay, we should go organic and stop all chemical uses in agriculture. And they banned the use of chemicals in fertilizers, including in entire agriculture. So this have severely affected the fertilizer use. So and now things kind of are back to normal, or I would rather say for the moment, but still there is this ongoing issue of this economic issue and how us as a country is trying to get out of it. So the question is that can we reduce the pressure on this fertilizer importation bill? Like, can we do something better? So that kind of led us to kind of look at a what if scenario to suggest if you bring in more, improved or slow released nitrogen fertilizer, that kind of have a downward pressure on our import bill. So that was the kind of the motivation as to kind of do a preliminary analysis and see how it would work out. What we did was, the first step, what we did is to kind of concentrate on the cost component. And like we were trying to see, okay, we import alternative nitrogen fertilizers instead of urea, or a combination of urea and some, other more improved varieties. Would it on one hand boost the nitrogen use efficiency? And the next question was, okay, can we kind of reduce our input bill? What we did was we took some controlled or slow release fertilizers, nitrogen fertilizers basically, and tried to see whether we could investigate this. And we collected some data from these particular resources, the National Fertilizer Secretariat, which is in charge of approving importation of fertilizer and its other issues. And then there was some data from the Central Bank of Monetary Authority, and then the Department of Agriculture, which kind of oversees this. And there, I collected some information from the private importers, like the main importers who've been importing urea, as well as those who are importing some of these controlled slow releasing fertilizer. And another interesting set of data was to see what are the trade policies, or more importantly, are there any tariff or non-tariff measures that are set forth or that are related to the fertilizer or the nitrogen fertilizer imports at the Sri Lankan level. So the UNCTAD, they do have extensive database on tariffs and non-tariffs at HS, quite detailed HS code, HS level. So we kind of looked at that as well, just to see if there are anything that can kind of explain this what if question. What if we imported slow releasing or controlled nitrogen fertilizer? So the question was, can we use different nitrogen fertilizers without compromising on the paddy production? So we thought, okay, without changing the paddy production, was approximately about 0.4 million metric tons. Again, subject to some fluctuations, but I was taking kind of an average value. Again, we changed this and see, would it kind of release the already burgeoning pressure on our import bill. So, like we kind of did these different scenarios in the form of kind of a systematic sensitivity analysis, took in different what-if questions and tried to analyze the cost of this. And as I said, this was subjected to sensitivity analysis because obviously these numbers want to see how sensitive our results would be to alternative assumptions. Kind of giving you a very quick snapshot of our results. What we found was, again, looking at the data, is that the price of controlled release nitrogen fertilizer was considerably higher. It can be as much as 25% more than conventional urea that was there. But on the other hand, it had the potential of reducing the amount of nitrogen used in paddy field. The clinical evidence suggested, at least, that there was potential to increase the nitrogen use efficiency to about kind of ambitious 40 to 50%, if not higher. So what we again found was that kind of translating everything into our cost figures, looking at it, we found that it could potentially, under different scenarios, reduce this range to about 20 to 40% of the nitrogen fertilizer importation. In terms of a value, this range to about 20 to 35 million. So that was about, give and take, about 1/4 of our entire urea import bill could be reduced potentially. However, in addition to this, like we did some kind of background to see whether we could, like, what would be, like, that is the potential, right? But what is hindering us? One of the issues was this strengthening of the institutional capacity, especially when we were having discussions with officials. One of the issues is, there was a need to revisit and reduce these procedural obstacles in fertilizer importation. Often, we were talking to private importers, and they said it's quite difficult to obtain. It's a lengthy process, so they were not very keen on investing in such endeavor. And of course, just because we use controlled fertilizer will mean nothing if we cannot have other factors streamlined. So, like, one of the main issues that we had in Sri Lanka is the soil testing facility. So all of it together, educating farmers and streamlining site-specific fertilizer recommendations, they all work hand in hand in making sure that this would actually reduce the amount that we had to spend on importing nitrogen fertilizer. And the other thing was that we should kind of think about integrating models, which I think is discussed throughout this conference as well, is integrating models that use crop, phytonutrient, environmental, and economic factors in combination rather than in isolation, so as to analyze the fertilizer decisions for paddy. I think this has been discussed more often than not, so I'm again reiterating a known fact. As I said, this is kind of preliminary, and the future steps in our analysis is to kind of think about the benefits. Now, I haven't talked at all about the benefits in the analysis. Only thing that I concentrated was on cost, right? Now, like, what does it imply in terms of the quality of rice? I think many research has been done, okay, yes, on the quality of the grain and what it does, shelf life, and etc. So as an economist, for me, that would be to how to convert that or how to translate that into a value, so that I can go ahead with a fully fledged, maybe a cost benefit analysis. The other thing is this, surrounding environmental and health benefits. We do have issues of nitrogen leaching and subsequent negative issues. So if at all, if you can to hold or to mitigate them, like, how would that translate into a benefit? So that is our next step in terms of, looking at the benefit side of this as well, not only the cost. Yes, we found that the cost will reduce. Of course, how did it look in terms of the benefits? That is our next step. And of course, one thing that I'm thinking about is to use some form of general equilibrium modeling, or more specifically known as CG modeling, computer general equilibrium modeling. It's a stream of economic models that we could kind of answer this what if question, like a hypothetical counterfactual in an economic model. I would have the consumers and the demands, like to simulate an economy in the absence of a certain policy or an alternative policy. Or we could use some linear programming as well. I haven't kind of got to that yet, but it's one of the ideas. So this is kind of what we have outlined for the future in terms of improving this analysis. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for your talk, and I would like to see if you have any questions. Well, I have one. We get started. What is the evidence that these controlled release ureas work in the crop systems that you're describing? Is there scientific evidence?
No, so this, no, so that is why we kind of like in terms of Sri Lanka, I think there have been some trials happening, but in terms of actual, large scale, commercial applications, none. There are some small imports that are happening already, but for maybe for other crop types, not for paddy, but in terms of these values I got from the literature. Yes.
Yeah, I love the idea that you approach it from an input and you really price the incentive from a whole country.
Right.
And that you propose to across the economic externalities.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There's a question?
Yeah, thank you. Just friends, I wish to share one important information that India has started producing sulfur-coated urea, and this is a really excellent product, and it contains 70% sulfur and 35% nitrogen. It has become part of our fertilizer control order, and the prices have been fixed by the government. The size of the bag is 40 kg. Normal urea is 45 kg, but this is called as urea gold. So it has 40 kg weight, but the price is same, rupees 266, or you can say rupees 267 per bag. Only 30 rupees difference is there. So government is encouraging farmers to use sulfur coated urea. Additionally, they will get sulfur, and it will also improve nitrogen use efficiency. Thank you. Just for information.
For example, any questions? Okay, well then, please join me in thanking the speaker for an excellent presentation. And we're moving on to the next 15-minute oral, which is on fertilizers in the fall. And I'd like to ask Kanra Shahal to step to the podium. Thank you.
Yeah. Om Namaskar. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, dear friends, respected chairpersons, and distinguished scientists. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee to give me this opportunity to present something about Nepal. And now I start. This is the content. I don't know about that. Well, this is background. Nepal and is ecologically divided into three parts, distinct parts: high mountain, middle hill or middle mountain, we say. Then the last southern part is Tarai or plain land, where the problem of nitrogen is basically already visual. Then if we talk something about Nepal, that is the agricultural land is about 21%, contribution to GDP is 25, 26%. Land holding size is very minimum, let's say 0.6 hectare. We don't have any factory to produce nitrogen. It's good or bad. We can think of in both ways. But 100% we import. Less than 5% is supplied to high hills, because high hills is still more or less organic. Fertilizer rate per hectare, national average is 86. Depends on data also. It's depend on the data source also in many cases. Then this is something about the nitrogen status of the country. Recently, our National Research Program did some digital map that produces after having a lot of soil science results. If you see down the yellow patches, that means the southern part of the country is having fertile land once a time, and with heavy population, intensive cultivation, nitrogen is being deprived or being less and less. And that also I'll talk a little bit later about that also. Then how generally farmers use fertilizing the crop. Generally, these cowshed, most of the farmers, they have cows or buffalo or goat, and beside that thatch, there is pile of manure with body bedding material and cow dung with urine. Then the very important thing, they take the manure to the field when it is dry, it's winter, because what happens when you keep the cows or buffalo inside throughout the year, the manure heap becomes piled up, and in any way they have to vacant the pit. That's at that time when labor is sufficient, then they do so, which is not good, and they will wait till the rain comes, and only they will throw the field. And there's another way, especially in southern part, as green manure. Then in mountain area also there is soybean planting on the bunds, which is very good. And then in down there, generally there are many cropping systems. When rice follows maize, then what happens in the rainy season? It comes in the rainy season. Then when the maize is harvested, then cows are left to graze in the field, and they trample the maize stover, and that fertilizes the land. Then nowadays, improved composting also are being common. For example, the guy is doing improved composting. What does that mean? In improved composting, the compost pile is covered with something. Water flow doesn't allow to go inside, and no leaching, and generally the turnover also. And the manure, the general FOM becomes that type of manure. Also, urine collection is very common nowadays, and that is becoming more popular and popular. That is a system of traditional. And then in southern part, what happens? Though they have cows or buffaloes, mostly the dungs go to the fuel for cooking. Then the farmers, they use fertilizers, but they mix. Generally, they use mixed fertilizer in that way. And the problem is that since we are importing, we may not get the fertilizer in time, in needed amount, or in right place to put. Maybe sometime. In that case, the eutrophication in rivers is being more and more common. Then history of fertilizer use. One very important thing that I want to tell you that in lower belt of the country, at that time, about 50 to 60 years back, very few people stayed there due to malaria and other reasons. And most of the people, they used to stay up in the hills. And when malaria was eradicated, then they came down and they started to have intensive cultivation. Otherwise, what used to have, even 50 years back, I remember my childhood, at that time, only one crop rice was in the field. Rest of the time, the field used to be fallow. Then cows, buffaloes, goats used to graze there. They trample all the residues, and their extra would be a very good fertilizing source of soil. When the population increased in that place, then the use of fertilizer started to have to be common, and even that we don't have much long history of fertilizer, chemical fertilizer. That is about 70 years. And if you see in the graph, in earlier years, very low amount of fertilizer was imported, and people also used low amount of fertilizer. Then there was time of subsidy from 74. In subsidy time, gradually increased, but there are some time when no subsidy was there. Then also the amount of fertilizer used was low, but then after, when subsidy was again reinstated, then the use of fertilizer went high and is going high even further. Then present status is studied by again National Research System. Approach is still mostly integrated. No nutrient use efficiency. Still, the main cause of low nutrient use is we don't get the fertilizer in time, and also climatic variability is there. Climatic conditions in many cases, though conditions do not allow, but still, if you get, use. The percentage of farmers is that the more urea you use or urea chemical fertilizer, the more you get. That's why. Then nitrogen uptake by rice, maize, and wheat is 49, 75, 35. It's result from the National Research Institution. Less than 50% of the total nutrient renewable crops is replenished. I mean, soil mining is there. Very, almost half only is replenished. Soil acidity and erosion is really becoming problem. Threats are due to socioeconomic conditions, climate change, and so because socioeconomic conditions, if we talk of organic manure or the way people were fertilizing the crop, animals numbers and grazing fields are decreasing. Youth are already in diaspora; they are mostly outside country. Then use efficiency. We just have calculated this use efficiency starting from 2010 to 2020. The fertilizer use gradually increases, whereas the efficiency gradually decreases. This is only in case of rice, maize, and wheat, 3 crops, and cumulative yield, and use of sole fertilizers. In this case, what we have considered is about 60 to 70% chemical fertilizers are used in case of 3 major crops. Then government policy and approaches. Till now, we don't have any nitrogen policy as such, but many policies, even forest policy, agroforest policy, biodiversity policy, all those policies are in one or another way intended to increase organic matter in soil. In that case, increasing organic matter means using more and more organic fertilizers or organic biomass or management residue. All those are addressed in one or another way, but there is no nitrogen fertilizer as such. We have, if we talk of policy, Chemical Fertilizer Control Order 1999, Chemical Fertilizer Directives 2000, National Fertilizer Policy 2002, IPNMS approach through farm system, farmers field school approach is 2002. Those policies have created different laws and bylaws, and the regulation is there to some extent, but still no policy says strict prohibition of chemical fertilizers, though promotion of organic fertilizer is there always. That's why the system of IPN, integrated plant nutrient management, is there, and that system or these policies generally focus on increasing organic matter, promotion of policies in cropping system, promotion of agroforestry, focus on innovative experimental tools, ICTs like mobile app. All these things are there. It is already obvious that greenhouse gas emission is there, and government has many policies to halt to mitigate the emission of greenhouse gases through these policies and even climate change policy. But still, concrete way forward about the use of nitrogen fertilizer is seriously lacking. If we talk of its policy recommendation, we don't have database. We need to have a lot of database regarding gas emission, regarding nitrogen fertilizer, regarding yield and nitrogen efficiency. All those data are the database we need to develop. Nepal nitrogen policy encompassing roadmap for nitrogen, sustainable nitrogen management in agriculture and other sectors is very important to be done, not yet. Inter-ministerial cooperation and concerned stakeholders is highly imperative. Cooperation is important. That is not that viable, let's say. Modern sustainable concept of 4R. We promoted a policy to participate, to a policy to practice should be there. Training and education by 3 and 2. The concern is highly sought. Institutional strengthening and coordination at regional level, at least South Asia, is very important to regularize or to minimize the loss of nitrogen, to increase the nitrogen use efficiency by learning the lessons from other countries are very important. As our chairperson also told, India has developed so many type of very slow releasing fertilizers. Those should be taken into use. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very comprehensive talk, and I agree with all of your ideas. Other questions? Yes, next one.
Thank you. Interesting presentation. I have a question about the fertilizer consumption in Nepal. Now, has the reintroduction of the subsidies in recent years actually led to more, let's say, illegal movement of fertilizer from India or less? Because there's always been this pretty permanent rapport between the Terai and India. A lot of fertilizer comes in, so that mentioned in the official statistics. But when you pay fertilizer subsidies, in your case, do you think is that more the fertilizer from India coming in or less?
Thank you. Nice question. There are two aspects of this question to answer. One is we had only one institute which was responsible to bring fertilizer, all chemical fertilizer into country, but now that is also privatized. First one thing. Another thing is that since we have a long border, open border with India, nobody can control that thing. That is obvious. Nobody can control, and generally, though government has subsidized, but pitiable thing is that whether the subsidy goes to the proper farmer or not, that's another question. It's a problem of regulation, problem of control, and reward and punishment. So that's why your question is right and valid, but still nobody has, though taken, government has taken the steps to check the illegal import, but there is nobody has even, I think, measured that how much does that come, how much of fertilizer in that way does come. Generally, the farmers, in addition to the Indian border, they bring easily from there and they use, and that is not counted, I think, in our national statistics. Thank you.
Question, very good question. Any other questions for us here? Well, then I'd like you to join in thinking, the speaker for a very good presentation. And we're moving on to our last 15-minute talk on our chief under the reliable strategy, the technologies, and I'd like the next speaker, who is one of two potential scientists here. Thank you.
Thank you. And very good afternoon to you. I think the audience getting sleepy and asking less and less questions. And that makes my life easy, it seems, at the end. Anyway, I will be talking about some of the work that we have been doing with the SANH project, and lead scientist Sarath Nishankar, and I will be presenting the case with paddy cultivations in Sri Lanka, where we will talk about nitrogen use efficiencies in different technologies that are available in Sri Lanka. And my friend Kenal, he went through some of the statistics. Just to recap, what is important to understand here is that nitrogen use efficiency in paddy cultivation is very low, even in Sri Lanka, close to 20 to 30%, and therefore we need to come up with studies or technologies that can increase nitrogen use efficiency. Some of the technologies that are available in Sri Lanka are split application. Of course, we are now applying fertilizers for, at least in the recommendation, we have 4 split applications at every 2 weeks. Farmers are practicing about 3 applications in most cases. And the leaf color chart is available, but farmers are still yet to adapt it fully. And then IPNM, or integrated plant nutrient management technologies, again very difficult to get across through farmers because of the unavailability of organic fertilizers at the moment. And then a technology that has been erupted is urea super granules, which is not available in Sri Lanka at the moment, and there are some slow release fertilizers are available in very small quantities for high-end crops, but can be tested for paddy cultivations as well, like coated urea, sulfur coated and polymer coated urea, and also biochar based urea fertilizers that have been experimented and developed under Sri Lankan conditions. And in addition to that, there are inhibitors available in the market nowadays, like urease and nitrification inhibitors, again, not in very large quantities, but in small quantities. Private sector people are trying to promote those technologies. So some of the technologies that we are going to test in this study is urea intercalated biochar fertilizers. As you can see in the picture there in the hand, those type of rice husk based urea fertilizers that has been developed, and also some of the inhibitors like botanical nitrogen inhibitors based on cinnamon leaf powder, and some commercially available urease inhibitors like urease inhibitors and nitrification inhibitor that is available commercially in some fertilizer companies, the mixture of urease inhibitor and nitrification inhibitor. So the objective of this study was to evaluate the effectiveness of different nitrogen-based fertilizer management technologies in increasing nitrogen use efficiency in paddy growing antisol in Sri Lanka. So we conducted this at Rice Research Institute of Batalagoda in Sri Lanka, and we have conducted this experiment over 3 seasons in 2022 Yala and 22-23 Maha season and 23 Yala season. And we have about, depending on the season, we have 6 to 8 treatment combinations. I will go through them in a while. And we have measured yield components, yield, dry matter partitioning, nitrogen uptake, and some nitrogen losses of reactive nitrogen losses like ammonia nitrate and nitrous oxide emissions. And the treatments there are 8 treatments. What we have is usually a SANH project has 4 fixed fertilizer treatment: 0 nitrogen, 100% nitrogen, 25% plus nitrogen, and 25% less nitrogen. In addition to that, treatment 5 to 8 says we are testing less nitrogen, 25% less nitrogen with different technologies that I mentioned a little while ago. A slow release urea fertilizer treatment 5, that is based on biochar pelletizing. And then we have botanical nitrogen inhibitor in treatment 7 that was introduced in 2 seasons, 22 and 23 cropping seasons. So when it comes to results, um, the soil characteristics of the site is medium fertile soil, and it is not saline, it is not alkaline. And one of the important things that I think we should remember is the total nitrogen content, which is about 0.09. I think when I look at the other data as well and available, or the easily decomposable fraction of this is little higher in this particular soil, even though we have not presented that data. So that keep in mind that the potential to mineralize this organic nitrogen is little higher in this site. And when it comes to yield, you can see the average over the 3 seasons is getting more or less similar yield patterns. And of course, 125% nitrogen has a higher yield, even though these yields are not significantly different from 100% recommended urea treatment, but higher than the zero nitrogen treatment. Then we look at agronomic efficiency. You can see the agronomic efficiency is highest in the 25% less nitrogen treatment, since the yield is not significantly different from the 100% treatment. But you can see that there's higher agronomic efficiencies can be obtained compared to the current 100% recommended urea only treatment from different treatments, particularly the slow release fertilizer that is based on biochar and with some combinations of inhibitors. What is interesting to look at is the next slide. I think I'm still struggling to understand that slide. That is on nitrogen uptake efficiency. When we look at nitrogen uptake efficiency, you can see even though the agronomic efficiency is high in 75% nitrogen treatment, but when we supply 75% of nitrogen as slow release urea intercalated into biochar or with botanical or other inhibitors, we can have a greater efficiency than the 75% nitrogen. What it says is that the amount of nitrogen that is being taken up by plants is available in the plant dry matter, which will be protected and will be released slowly in the subsequent seasons when we incorporated them, reducing the losses to the environment. So that we need to investigate further. And when we look at the chlorophyll content, nitrous oxide emissions, nitrate nitrogen concentrations, and they were not significantly different among the treatments. But I would like to pay your attention to ammonia emissions. Ammonia emissions are slightly higher in the biochar intercalated urea treatment. But it can be reduced if you look at 75% of NSRU treatment versus the last treatment, you can reduce the ammonia volatilization by incorporating an inhibitor to biochar intercalated urea treatment, so that we can have the potential to modify that product and still reduce the ammonia losses. When we look at the total ammonia losses from the added nitrogen, this ranges for about 2 to 8% of total nitrogen that we added into the soil. So in conclusion, what we can say is that application of urea can be reduced in this particular site by 25%, either with or without enhanced or improved technology. But relative nitrogen losses were similar in all urea added treatments, except in the higher nitrogen uptake efficiency in slow release fertilizer or biochar intercalated urea products. And therefore, there's a potential for us to introduce slow release urea fertilizers in biochar with inhibitors in future trials. And agronomic efficiency is high in low nitrogen treatments like 75% nitrogen, but why the uptake efficiency was not that high needs to be investigated further. So with that, then I will conclude my presentations, and I would like to acknowledge some of the partners and also the funding agencies that support for this program. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question. That was a great talk. Any questions on this presentation?
I am 100% clear, it seems.
So, I have a question.
Sure.
Because you mentioned earlier on there were lots of broader things that hadn't been implemented, things like leaf color charts, which I assume is to do with extension, farm education. So if you had, somebody gave you a bag of money and said, get this problem sorted, what would be the first thing you would do?
To get across the leaf color chart across the farmers.
Oh, no, more generally of the interventions that you've mentioned.
Oh, yeah. Very first one is because the leaf color chart has been already in place and it is easy to use in the field. And definitely we can use that in the field condition. So we will probably, if I give enough money, I will probably, instead of the subsidy fertilizer subsidy, I would probably buy leaf color charts and distribute them among farmer societies. So that would be one of the very effective way. And on top of that, then we will be able to reduce the urea usage further. Then we will introduce other technologies that is promising at the moment.
And some of these interesting formulations where you say you have biobotanical or nitrification inhibitors, for example, which I assume are some local plants. Is this something that would be also worth expanding on to create jobs, to use local resources to?
Yeah, I think these are some of the. So one of my colleagues, she was developing this botanical nitrogen inhibitor, and she tested some of the native plants and extracts from them to see whether they are effective. And one of the botanics that she has found is cinnamon leaves, which is commonly grown in Sri Lanka, and it is a waste after oil extraction. So probably we can make use of it, but I think we need to go one step further ahead rather than including botanical inhibitors as it is. But if we can identify the real chemicals in it and extract that, so that work will be more interesting and will be more effective.
Thank you. There's a little bit more time for a question anybody would like to ask. Yes, there's one here.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. So, what I'd like to know, you have mentioned this urea types of pellet. So, is it available commercially, or how did you make this biochar? That is my two questions.
It is not commercially available. I think, not I think. We invented that product very recently through another project. We have not going to commercializing that product yet, but it is available for further testing, and that's what we did this time. So it is mixing rice husk biochar produced for a specific quality, and then incorporating urea into that. And in order to pelletize it, we need to add certain other binding agents as well.
Any other questions? I think I might thank the speaker once more and move on to the last two flash presentations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so I'd like to ask my colleagues, Sadat Hussain, who talk about developing a mobile app for precision management.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Co-Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. My title, Development of Mobile App, an app for precision nitrogen management in paddy cultivation. Introduction, nitrogen is a blessing for the human beings, and at the same time, it is the godfather of environment pollution. The average nitrogen use efficiency in agriculture is typically only 30 to 40%. That indicates leaving a significant amount of unutilized reactive nitrogen in the environment. Scientists are diligently searching to find the solution, and we have reviewed several tools and 53 mobile apps that are available for nitrogen fertilizer management in paddy cultivation. Among these, the leaf color chart stand out as a well-established diagnostic tool for rice production, and we found that not a single app for particularly nitrogen is developed. And the leaf color chart, unfortunately, it is using it. Its usage is decreasing day by day due to its unavailability and the time-consuming nature. And leveraging the capabilities of modern smartphones, we propose the development of Android-based app aimed at automating the LCC technology. Unlike the manual approach of LCC, this app would utilize the smartphone camera to recommend nitrogen level for paddy cultivation. We have reviewed available nitrogen apps and tools in the farmers level, and design a functional structure of the app and determination of the working principle of the app, and we develop a API and interface development. This is the functional structure of the mobile apps. It has a two stages. One in the first stage, we generate the data library from LCC, and second stage, we develop the app interface and incorporate it to the mobile. And then when images are taken by the mobile, and it will analyze the image RGB value and comparison with the LCC RGB value, then gives the nitrogen recommendation for the paddy cultivation. And this is the working principle. First, we develop a data library, and this develop from the rice leaves, the average color calculation, dominant color check, and that it will be initializing, and database interpretation, iteration, and comparison, and found the best identification and results. We followed the image histogram process. You can look that we found that every stripe of the LCC gives the different frequency and for the pixel intensity. When the pixel intensity is lower, and then the frequency of the frequency is the higher, and on the basis of this histogram analysis, we developed the apps. And this is the interface of our mobile app, and the farmer have to click 8 times to get his or her nitrogen recommendation. And conclusion, and Android smartphone app we have developed and based on LCC using the image processing technology, and by harnessing the power of mobile phones, this app will promote the adopting the LCC-based nitrogen management systems. And it also provides farmers with the tool that is easy to use and effective in maximize the efficiency of nitrogen. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. who's working with mobile app. Yeah, there's a question there.
I might have missed it, sorry, over here.
Yeah.
It's a very simple question. Does it work?
Uh,
Have you compared it with
So far, it is working, but our accuracy level is not up to the mark, and we're trying to find the solution from our machine learning process. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Good to see the development of that. A quick one. Given that different smartphones have varying, camera qualities, would this have an influence in your thinking how the output interprets the images based on the quality of the camera from different phones that farmers have?
Okay. This is not only the first step on LCC based. There are, in my knowledge, I have found out two more apps on the base of LCC, but that are locally available. In this purpose, we have focused on this. And in your question, yes, we know that smartphone has the every smartphones or every different camera specification. But histogram analysis, this is the image processing software. And
I might have to, sorry, to short this because we're running out of time, but
Okay.
please, at the discussion with the chief, right?
Okay.
There are other questions as well, so I would like you to continue afterwards because we have one more flash talk on
Thank you.
options for reducing carbon nitrogen and rice cultivation index on the North Islam. If I will come to the same. Please welcome our next last speaker.
Good afternoon. Welcome everybody to my presentation session. I am Aminul Islam, Chief Scientific Officer and Head of Soil Science Division, Bangladesh Rice Research Institute. My title is Options for Reducing Chemical Nitrogen for Rice Cultivation. Actually, nitrogen use efficiency by crops is low. Increasing nitrogen efficiency is a good option to reduce the nitrogen requirement of a crop. But this is a very tough job since nitrogen is lost from the soil plant system in various ways. So we have to find out the options for reducing the losses of nitrogen and increasing the nitrogen use efficiency by crops. Brief methodology. Since it is a flash presentation, I am not going for details methodology. Research trials were conducted in different experimental farms of Bangladesh Rice Research Institute to find out the possible options for reducing the chemical nitrogen requirement of rice. The studies were accomplished with different types of fertilizers, including urea supergranule, nano urea, NPK combo, that is coated fertilizer, and the management practices included integrated nitrogen management, nutrient management, urea replacement, azula biofertilizer, split of nitrogen fertilizer, suitable nitrogen potassium ratio maintained. Now, I am presenting brief results of the experiment. Every results involves one or more experimentation. Results reveal that different types of fertilizers and management practices saved a substantial amount of chemical nitrogen fertilizer with some yield benefit.
Urea supergranule and urea displacement increased about 13 to 26% of rice yield, nitrogen efficiency, use efficiency, and saved 20 to 25% of nitrogen as compared to the broadcast of urea. Urea displacement significantly reduced nitrous oxide emission and increased nitrogen recovery efficiency of nitrogen about 57 to 66% compared with broadcast. Urea hydroxyapatite nanohybrid may save up to 50% of urea use, providing comparable nitrogen use efficiency with pre-urea. Another study revealed that IFCO liquid nano urea, that is comes from India, IFCO nano urea, may save 34% of urea without significant yield reduction. Single application of nano coated NPK combo fertilizer, this is also comes from China, can save 25% of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium fertilizers. Integrated nutrient management study in rice cultivation under double and triple rice cropping systems showed that application of 2 ton per hectare cow dung and 1 ton per hectare ash can save 50% of soil test-based chemical fertilizers. 4 splits application of nitrogen fertilizers significantly increased the rice grain yield, agronomic use efficiency of nitrogen, and recovery efficiency of nitrogen compared to 3 splits nitrogen application. Another study revealed that the application of 30% less nitrogen and 30% more potassium compared to soil test-based nitrogen potassium recommendation produced the highest rice grain yield. The use of 2 layers of azula, that is water farm, that can be fixed nitrogen from the atmosphere. The incorporation of 2 layers of azula during the rice growing season can save about 50% of the urea fertilizer. So, in conclusion, it may be concluded that from the above findings of different studies and increasing nitrogen use efficiency is not a single effort. All of the techniques should be followed where is applicable. It is applicable to increase the nitrogen use efficiency, reduce nitrogen losses, and protect the environment. Thank you very much for patient sharing.
Thank you very much. This is the last speaker for the session. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but I'm sure if you have questions, there's a tea break. But before we all rush off, I would love to get all of the speakers back on stage so they can receive their talk appreciation. So all the speakers back up here. Yeah, oh, sorry, slightly ahead of myself.
Thank you.
There are the speakers today. Okay. Yeah, that was great talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our co-chairs, for the interactive and so insightful discussion. I would like to request Dr. Robert Rees to please felicitate our co-chairs. I would like to request Dr. Robert Rees to please felicitate our co-chairs. Please join us on the stage. I would now request our co-chairs to I would now request our co-chairs to please give a token of appreciations to our all the speakers. Thank you so much, co-chairs, speakers, and all the audience for this session. I would now break here for 10 minutes for tea break. After 10 minutes, I request you all to please join the hall for next session. Thank you all.
I make a modification on my slides. Yeah. I noticed one of them is hidden. Okay. I need to unhide it. Yeah. What do you mean? One of my slides is hidden. I need to unhide it.
Oh, you want to unhide
I need to open it and unhide it. And
so Sriram,
say,
just take care of this.
Everyone, I'm Prakriti and I'm here to tell you about a very common issue we face every day, wasting electricity without even realizing. As small as it may look, but the problem is larger, and that is why Mission Life has it in its charter.
सरकार का जोर बिजली का उत्पादन बढ़ाने के साथ ही बिजली की बचत करने पर भी है। बिजली बचाना यानी भविष्य सजाना।
Carelessly keeping that switch on may mean nothing to us, but for some, electricity is a ray of hope. On an average, our households waste about 35% of electricity every month. This doesn't just raise our own expenditure manifolds, but burdens the country, forcing it to rely on non-renewable energy. The result, polluting the environment. Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. Turn off the lights while leaving a room, switch to energy-efficient appliances and LED lights, unplug devices when not in use. Use natural light sources whenever available. And keep your air conditioner at 24 degrees. Save energy for better tomorrow.
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूँ।
फ्रेंड्स, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मिशन लाइफ के संकल्प को आप सजग रहकर मजबूती दे सकते हैं और रोजाना के कामकाज में कुछ आसान उपायों से अपना योगदान दे सकते हैं। कैसे? आइए जानते हैं। पौधों, फर्श और वाहनों आदि में पानी के उपयोग के लिए होस पाइप या पाइप के बजाय बाल्टी का उपयोग करें। एसी और आरओ से निकले पानी का पुनः उपयोग करें। जल इकाइयों को रिचार्ज करने के काम को बढ़ावा दें और औरों को भी प्रेरित करें। सब्जियों को साफ करने के बाद पानी का पुनः उपयोग पौधों को पानी देने या ऐसे किसी अन्य कार्यों के लिए करें। घर, स्कूल और कार्यालयों में वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग बॉडीज का निर्माण करवाएं। लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरनमेंट अपनाइए। मिशन लाइफ से दुनिया बेहतर बनाइए।
पर्यावरण, वन और जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, एक छोटी सी अपेक्षा आज आपसे सामने रखना चाहता हूं। इस 2 अक्टूबर को हम भारत को सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक, क्या इससे देश को मुक्ति दिला सकते हैं?
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन अनुसार हमें भारत को सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक मुक्त बनाना है और इसके लिए सबकी भागीदारी आवश्यक है।
बेटा जी, ये रहे आपके प्लास्टिक के डिब्बे, प्लास्टिक की प्लेट्स, स्ट्रॉ और ये रहे आपके प्लास्टिक के कप।
कितने हुए?
800 रुपए।
अरे रुको रुको, ना मैं ये लूंगी ना मैं ये लूंगी और ये तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं लूंगी।
पर क्यों?
जानते नहीं कि सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक का इस्तेमाल नहीं करना चाहिए।
सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक एक बार इस्तेमाल करने के बाद फेंक दिए जाते हैं और हमारे वातावरण को प्रदूषित करते हैं।
इसलिए भारत सरकार ने इसके इस्तेमाल पर 1 जुलाई 2022 से रोक लगाई है। ये सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक पर्यावरण में मत फैलाओ। कुछ लेने जाओ तो कपड़े के बैग को लेके जाओ और पॉलिथीन को अपने जीवन से हटाओ। प्लास्टिक के बर्तनों से अपना रिश्ता तोड़ो। स्टील, ग्लास, लकड़ी और मिट्टी के बर्तनों से नाता जोड़ो।
राइट।
प्लास्टिक के कूड़े को जल में कभी ना मिलने दे। पानी के जीवन को खतरे में ना पड़ने दे। मिशन लाइफ को अपने जीवन शैली में लाए। आओ मिलकर प्रो प्लैनेट पीपल बन जाए और पर्यावरण को सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक मुक्त बनाए।
पर्यावरण, वन एवं जलवायु परिवर्तन मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
Hello everyone, I am Prakriti. Mobile phones and electronic devices have become essential in our lives. But do you know that e-waste generated from these is very harmful for our environment? Our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has come out with solutions to address these problems in Mission Life.
लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि अपने खुद के प्रयत्न में या परिवार के साथ और अपने समुदाय के साथ मिलकर वो कौन से कदम उठा सकते हैं जिससे धरती की सुरक्षा हो सके, इस पृथ्वी की सुरक्षा हो सके। इन सारे सवालों का जवाब मिशन लाइफ में है।
Life, Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. We too have a significant role to play to mitigate our carbon footprint. Come and let us work together to reduce the e-waste for a safe environment. Do not throw the e-waste here and there. Utilize the e-recycling units to protect our environment. Use rechargeable batteries. Prefer using cloud storage over a pen drive or a hard drive. Use mobile phones and electronic items to their full life cycle. These are few small steps that can lead to a great improvement in mitigating chemical leakage in the environment. Let's choose a chemical-free environment. Choose life. Hello everyone, I am Prakriti. Our Swachhata Abhiyan is bringing so much positive change and the world is talking about our conviction to Swachhata.
देश के हर कोने में, समाज के हर वर्ग के लोगों ने स्वच्छ भारत के उनके सपने को पूर्ण करने के लिए जो भी कर सकते हैं, जितना कर सकते हैं, क्षमता से कभी-कभी अधिक करने का भी प्रयास किया है।
In fact, our Prime Minister has identified its significance in Mission Life. Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to help you identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. Practice segregation of dry and wet waste at home. Recycle and reuse old newspapers. Set printer default to double-side printing. Donate our old clothes and books. Do not throw waste in public spaces. एक कदम स्वच्छता की ओर।
शरीर को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए योग जरूरी है। शरीर के पोषण के लिए जैसे मिलेट्स जरूरी हैं, ऑर्गेनिक और नेचुरल फूड जरूरी हैं, ऐसे ही प्रकृति को स्वस्थ रखने के लिए और प्रदूषण को नियंत्रित करने के लिए जरूरी है कि हम वृक्ष लगाएं। अपने घरों में तुलसी, अश्वगंधा, गिलोय और नीम जैसे पेड़ पौधे लगाएं और जानवरों की खाल से बने प्रोडक्ट से दूरी बनाएं। ध्यान रखिए, अगर हम प्रकृति को बचाएंगे तो ही लाइफ को बेटर बनाएंगे।
क्या बात है, बालकनी का असली फायदा तो आप उठा रहे हो, सब्जियां उगा रहे हो।
हाँ, और इसी बहाने थोड़ा मन भी बहल जाता है।
और आंटी, लाइफ में कुछ यूजफुल करने को भी मिल जाता है।
खाद क्या डालोगी?
ऑर्गेनिक कंपोस्ट, किचन और फूड वेस्ट से तैयार करके।
ये सब कहाँ से सीखा?
स्कूल से।
मुझे भी सिखाओ, आखिर पड़ोसी ही पड़ोसी के काम आता है ना?
आप भी नेचर के करीब आइए, लाइफ को बेटर बनाइए।
അത് ബൈക്കാണ് കൂടുതലും സൗണ്ട്, കാറാണെങ്കിൽ എടുത്തു പോകണം, എക്സ്പെൻസ് കൂടുതൽ, സൈക്കിളിന് എക്സ്പെൻസ് പൈസ വേണ്ട, വളരെ ഈസിയാണ്. നമുക്ക് കുറച്ച് എക്സസൈസുമായി, ശരീരത്തിന് എനർജിയായി, നമ്മൾ ചവിട്ടിപ്പോയി ശാന്തമായിട്ട് പോയിട്ട് മര്യാദയ്ക്ക് നമുക്ക് തിരിച്ചു വരാം. പോലീസിനെ പേടിക്കണ്ട, ലൈസൻസ് കാണിക്കണ്ട, ഒന്നും കാണിക്കണ്ട. ഇത് സൈക്കിൾ ഫ്രീ. വേൾഡ് ഓഫ് സൈക്കിൾ ലോകത്ത് എല്ലാവരും ഉപയോഗിക്കണമെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. സൈക്കിളാണ് വെരി ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ്. മൈ ലൈഫ് എന്താ പറയുക, അവനവൻ്റെ ആരോഗ്യത്തിന് ഏറ്റവും വലുത് സൈക്കിളാണ്. ഇന്ന് ലോകത്ത് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ സൈക്കിൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ഒരു രാജ്യമാണ് ചൈന. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ അധികം ഉപയോഗിക്കണമെന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു ஆமாம். ஏசியில் வந்து உடம்புக்கு எல்லாருக்கும்
இந்த மாதிரி கார்பன் மோனாக்சைடு பைக்ல இருந்து வராது நமக்கு நல்ல விஷயம். நானும் நாளையில இருந்து ബൈക്കിൽ പോകാൻ സൈക്കിളിലേ പോകാം. ഓക്കേ, താങ്ക് യു.
നിങ്ങളുടെ അഭിപ്രായത്തിനോട് ഞാൻ 100% യോജിക്കുന്നു. ഞാനും നാളെ മുതൽ ഇത് പിന്തുടരും. താങ്ക് യു.
താങ്ക് യു ഫോർ ദ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ.
നല്ല ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ. ഞാൻ സൈക്കിൾ
ശരി. ഓക്കേ.
CF-ലൊക്കെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
പഴയ CF-ല്. ഇലക്ട്രിസിറ്റി ബില്ലൊക്കെ എത്ര വരും?
എന്തായാലും 2000-ന് മുകളിലാണ് വരിക.
മാഡം നമ്മുടെ മിനിസ്ട്രി വരെ പറയുന്നുണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ പഴയ ലൈറ്റൊക്കെ മാറ്റിയിട്ട് LED ലൈറ്റ്, സ്ട്രീറ്റ് ലൈറ്റ് അതൊക്കെ വേണം യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്. AC ഉണ്ടോ വീട്ടിൽ?
വീട്ടിൽ AC ഉണ്ട്.
ആ AC അതേപോലെ യൂസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ പവർ സേവിംഗ് മോഡ് വേണം ഇടാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്.
അപ്പം നമ്മൾ ഈ LED ലൈറ്റൊക്കെ ഉപയോഗിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇലക്ട്രിസിറ്റി ബില്ലൊക്കെ കുറയും.
തീർച്ചയായും നമ്മുടെ ഇലക്ട്രിസിറ്റി ബില്ല് മാഡത്തിന് 2000 അല്ലേ വരുന്നത്? അതെ. അത് നേരെ പകുതിയാവും. ഒരു 500 അടുപ്പിച്ച് വരത്തുള്ളൂ. നമ്മുടെ എനർജിയിൽ നമുക്ക് അപ്പം LED ലൈറ്റ് യൂസ് ചെയ്യണം മാഡം.
അപ്പോൾ എന്തായാലും ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ഭർത്താവിനോട് പറഞ്ഞു എന്തായാലും എല്ലാം ഞാൻ LED ലൈറ്റ് ആക്കാൻ പോവാം. അപ്പോൾ ഈ LED ലൈറ്റ് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് നമ്മൾ കുട്ടികൾക്കും പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ലേ?
പിന്നെ തീർച്ചയായും അവരുടെ ഈവൻ നമ്മുടെ എന്താ പ്രകാശം തന്നെ അവരുടെ കണ്ണുകൾക്ക് നല്ലത് ഇത് തന്നെയാണ്.
അപ്പോൾ അധികം ഇറിറ്റേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയില്ല.
ഇറിറ്റേഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കത്തില്ല.
താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്.
ഓക്കെ മാം.
मिशन लाइफ का मंत्र है लाइफस्टाइल फॉर एनवायरमेंट। पृथ्वी पर रहने वाले प्रत्येक व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों की कामना के साथ ही आज ये मिशन लाइफ का ये विजन दुनिया के सामने रख रहा हूं।
My dear Prakriti, remember what you have to do on earth?
Yes, Mother. I will educate people with love so that they understand mission life and maintain the environmental balance by adopting environment-friendly lifestyle.
My child, these 3 things will help you on your journey. First is the tiara of flowers. This will keep you happy and energetic. Second, this badge of life, which will remind people of life, lifestyle for environment. You can also give this badge to people who contribute for the betterment of our planet. And third, this bag of hope. Whenever someone harms the environment, you can take out eco-sustainable alternatives from the bag and inspire them to adopt Mission Life.
Okay, Mother. Now I will leave for my mission life.
There's one life, but there's one mission. Let's all work for environment, rejuvenation, beloved planet's protection. Adopting environment-friendly lifestyle is our ambition. Say no to single-use plastic. Let's use stairs instead of lift. Save water, segregate waste, reduce overconsumption and reuse again. Together we can, together we will, together we will achieve this ambition. There's one life, there's one mission. Let's all work for environmental rejuvenation, beloved planet's protection.
Let's choose life for Green Planet Vision.
Hello everyone, I'm Prakriti and I'm here to tell you about a very common issue we face every day, wasting electricity without even realizing. As small as it may look, but the problem is larger, and that is why Mission Life has it in its charter.
सरकार का जोर बिजली का उत्पादन बढ़ाने के साथ ही बिजली की बचत करने पर भी है। बिजली बचाना यानी भविष्य सजाना।
Carelessly keeping that switch on may mean nothing to us, but for some, electricity is a ray of hope. On an average, our households waste about 35% of electricity every month. This doesn't just raise our own expenditure manifolds, but burdens the country, forcing it to rely on non-renewable energy. The result, polluting the environment. Lifestyle for Environment is a mission to identify simple acts in our daily lives that can contribute significantly to tackle climate change. Turn off the lights while leaving a room, switch to energy-efficient appliances and LED lights, unplug devices when
Welcome back to the 9th International Nitrogen Conference, theme Balancing Global Change and Sustainability. Let's continue the conference and the session.
This session includes 7 talks, including a 15-minute lead talk and 5-minute question answer, followed by oral talks, which will be 10 minutes plus 5 minutes for question answer. Oral flash talk will be of 5 minutes, 3 minutes will be for presentation and 2 minutes for question answer. Also, I would like to introduce that in this session, Sri Ram will be the rapporteur. And without any further delay, I would like to invite Dr. Brent Kesser and Dr. Sarnath to co-chair the session. So I think Dr. Brent is not present here. So I would request Dr. Sarnath to please proceed with the session. He will join in the middle. Thank you. A request to all the speakers that please keep in mind the time limit because we are already late. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome you all to the final session of the 9th International Conference of Nitrogen. So after break, I think we are refresh again. So now may I invite Dr. Gerard Ross to make the presentation.
So welcome everyone. Welcome. Yeah. So I will, in 50 minutes, I will give you a very short introduction on the potential of economic measures to increase nitrogen use efficiency. And that's work for my colleague Lena Schulte and my PhD student and supervisor Wim and me. And in 15 slides, I show you why it's needed and what's possible by economic measures. So, already know nitrogen is one of the issues basically exceeding the planetary boundaries, and all the benefits of using nitrogen needed for co-production have automatic some trade-offs. And that's a huge discussion. How much nitrogen can we use? Do we need to use? And how can we actually optimize its use around the globe? But it is the classic whole of the pipe model. If you consider all the agricultural systems as a system where nitrogen is added and where nitrogen is taken up, produced, during the process of food production, meat production, animal production, a lot of nitrogen will be lost to the air and to the water automatically. It's unavoidable. And the only way to increase and to reduce the losses is to make the system more efficient, meaning that you increase the output by the same input or remain the same output with less inputs. And in all cases, the nitrogen use efficiency has to increase. A recent study done by Lena and colleagues quantified for the whole of the globe the critical surpluses that cannot be and shouldn't be exceeded in view of nature quality, biodiversity loss, water quality, eutrophication, and nitrate pollution, it's the nitrogen concentration in the current water. But based on these thresholds defined by the environment, they calculated the desired surplus of nitrogen in croplands. And in this map showing on the screen, you see the actual exceedance of the critical nitrogen in view of the current surplus. And you already see clearly that it's regional, quite different across the globe, with really hotspots in Europe, in China, and India, related to the number of animals that are living there. They also estimated how much the nitrogen use efficiency has to increase in order to avoid undesired nitrogen losses to the environment, and thereby reducing the impact on water quality, surface water quality, and nature quality. And that's on a really continental level, but in the right top corner, you see they also assess that on really high detailed resolution for Europe. So you can quantify basically for each farming system, each land use system, how much nitrogen can be applied and what desired increase in nitrogen use efficiency is to match the existing losses with the desired losses. And that opens the question, is it even possible to increase the nitrogen use efficiency with more than 30%? And that's what we've done in the last couple of years. We collected all the fertilization trials that have been done across the globe, more than 10,000 observations. And for these observations, all kinds of site properties have been collected, the nitrogen inputs, and also the crop response. And in the right corner, you see that summarized for the different main crops. And you already see that there is a huge variation in the nitrogen use efficiency. And that also means that there are site properties actually controlling that variation. And by understanding these site factors and management actually controlling the nitrogen use efficiency, you can determine what kind of measures need to be applied to increase the nitrogen use efficiency. And that's done by meta-analysis and meta-regression. And I shortly summarize the main findings. Here we show the results about the management practices and site properties actually controlling the nitrogen use efficiency. And we assess the impact of the 4R principles, applying the right dose, the right time, the right fertilizer type, but also management practices like crop rotation, tillage systems, the use of incorporation of crop residues, the use of biochar, because all these management practices affect actually how much of the nitrogen given is taken up by the crop. And as nitrogen is really sensitive to weather conditions and soil properties, we also analyzed the influence of site properties like clay, pH, precipitation, and temperature. And here it's summarized how the nitrogen use efficiency is affected as a response to the management practices already applied and the additional measures that can be taken to improve the nitrogen use efficiency. And by understanding how these factors and how the management and site properties control the nitrogen use efficiency, you can also assess what potential impact can be if all the farmers on Earth improve their management in view of the nitrogen use efficiency. And that's analyzed for different kind of management measures. You see here on the screen, nutrient management is actually optimizing the fertilizer strategy, the time, location, the dose, fertilizer type. It's crop management, changing the crop rotation, catch crops, green manures, improving the diversification of crops. We have soil management, tillage, no-till system, minimal tillage, and we assessed the optimal combination of all of them. If all the measures are combined, what would then be the increase for nitrogen use efficiency for croplands across the globe? And you see summarized here the impact. It varies from less than 1% for soil measures up to 30% if all the measures are optimally combined. But note that in this situation, it's the potential impact. And you all know that if the actual practice management measures already include some of them, then the impact will be less. And that's what we also assessed. We quantified for all the croplands, what is the actual management already, given no-till systems, given the fertilizer practices and fertilizer types that are currently applied. And here you directly see that the impact is substantially lower, and the increase is around 12.5% if all the best measures are applied. So that means that on average, the nitrogen use efficiency can increase with 10 to 15%. And of course, there is a variation around that, and show the uncertainty from the lower and upper boundary besides the main figure. What is then possible? And here I show one example for other European countries where the current nitrogen use efficiency is visualized. On the x-axis, the inputs, and on the y-axis, the uptake. And the different countries are the different circles in the current situation and the optimum situation in view of the desired water quality, biodiversity, nature quality, and air quality. And you see here that most cases, the nitrogen use efficiency have to increase to 90%, and on average it's 78%. So it's a 40% increase that need to be achieved, and that's substantial, given the analysis that I showed before, that if all the management measures are optimum, that you can increase around 12%. So if I summarize, it's really important and key that the nitrogen use efficiency is increased in order to reduce the emissions to the environment. If you look to the variation across the globe, it's very huge. Situations from less than 20% up to 90%. If you apply fertilizer principles, correcting for the site conditions, actually controlling the yield and controlling the losses, you can increase the nitrogen use efficiency under optimum conditions with 26%. And if you correct for the actual management measures already applied, then the increase is estimated on around 30%. So there's a big challenge left. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very elaborate presentation. Our presentation is open for discussion. For any question, comments? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, really nice presentation. This year the challenge is very high with graduate efficiencies basically really high. I wonder, this increase, probably you said, but I'm not sure if I follow, is the increase that we need to maintain the same level of production?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. To produce the same and to reduce pollution.
We also assessed what will happen in the future, so given a target yield, and of course then also the inputs need to change and nitrogen use efficiency. But that's too much to visualize in 50 minutes.
Do you think it's possible? It's amount of increasing?
It is challenging. Yeah, it is possible. Yeah. Yeah.
Good.
If I look to this, one example, I've seen data from 400 arable farms only in the Netherlands, and then you see already the variation among these farms from 20% up to 90%. So if the lower half would learn from the management measures from the best half, I think that they can increase quite a lot.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for a nice presentation. So I was interested in those separate factors you looked at in terms of improving nitrogen efficiency of soil, plants, nutrient management and so on. Do you consider the interaction between those for the overall the use efficiency improvement? Presumably, if you improve the soil conditions, that alters the nutrient management and so on.
Yeah, we did. As far as possible, we collected all the data. It's 10,000 experiments, so that's quite a lot, but still the actual variation is even bigger than that, to be honest. And the data is quite sparsely distributed over the globe. But given the site properties and the management properties that are in the all the experiments, we are able to include the interactions, but we stopped at two-way interactions because otherwise it's over the top. Yeah.
We have time for maybe another 2 questions.
Just like one clarification. Thanks for the presentation, by the way. It's great. That 30% that you mentioned at the end of the last slide, is that in situations where you already have campus management practices going and adding additional best management practices, or is that something that you just want to clarify now?
Yeah. It's first of all, it's the global average. So it means that even across the globe, you have situations substantially lower and substantially higher. But it's accounting for the management practice that are already taken that are beneficial for anyway. And in certain countries, more measures are already mandatory or part of the clubbing system, and other countries not. So that's we included that, and therefore it's even then it's possible to improve it further by taking additional measures. But then of course the potential increase in any way is not that high if you start with really a conventional situation where no measures are taken at all. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other question? If not, please join with me to give a big hand to Dr. Gerard for the excellent presentation he made.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are invite Professor Ellen Price for the next presentation.
Okay, I would like to thank the organisers for giving me the opportunity to do this talk today. And what I want to talk to you about is a work package within the South Asia Nitrogen Hub, which is a 5-year project which is coming to the end in 3 weeks' time, at least as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to talk to you about genetic solutions for nitrogen use efficiency, research conducted in the South Asian Nitrogen Hub, and we have partners in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and the UK. And the objectives, because you're going to hear a lot of talks about SANH, so the objectives of SANH in general are up here. This is the core vision is to do a pioneering UK South Asia research partnership which will catalyze transformational change where South Asia becomes a world leader in championing strategic approach to nitrogen management as a key step towards the SDG goals. At least that's the wording that we used to get the money in the first instance 6 years ago. And several people have mentioned the SDG goals, and this project, as this whole conference is targeting a huge number of the SDG goals. Now, before I go into any details, I have the sad news to tell you about the death of one of the partners in Aberdeen. So I'm from Aberdeen, and Dali is one of the partners in Aberdeen, and she sadly died on Friday. And I've already seen some people doing presentations with her name. So in case people don't know, she's died of cancer on Friday. So there's a lot of people quite upset about that, and I thought I'd better just tell you about that. So go on to what I'm talking about. I'm talking about one part of this project, which is this is the South Asian Nitrogen Hub. It's absolutely massive. So you've got all of these work packages, and I'm going to talk to you about a little bit of work package 2.1. And in work package 2.1 of the original text, there was 6 lines of text describing a work package of 900,000 UK pounds. So to give you an idea of what we're trying to achieve in that work package, we are attempting to assess natural variation in nitrogen use efficiency in rice and in wheat to identify superior cultivars, genetic loci, candidate genes, physiological and molecular mechanisms of nitrogen use efficiency. So I'll come back to that slide at the end. This part of the project has partners all over India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, including one of the partners is from this institution itself, IPU. And there are 4 basic parts to it, which I'm going to describe. And I won't go into much detail given the time I've got. So one of the basic parts of it was to do detailed physiology and molecular studies on a subset of rice at three or four different nitrogen levels using some basic nitrogen indexes and a few other physiological approaches. So 12 cultivars, 10 or 12 cultivars, sometimes more, were grown. The same cultivars were grown for 2 years in the National Rice Research Institute and the Indian Institute of Rice Research and at IARI in Delhi. And in addition to those field experiments, proteomics and transcriptomics were conducted to link the data on the field to molecular data. So I will come back to that. The genetics part of it was on rice and wheat. So the rice part, we were working on association panel called the Bengal and Assam Owls panel, which we had field sites in 4 different places, 2 or 3 seasons, 2 treatments, and loads of data, and some controlled environment experiments in Aberdeen. And we've done training on genome-wide association mapping for the SANH project, plus others. And we're at the stage of data checking and sharing and analysis writing. We have some money to do CRISPR, although we've really done not very much. So this is gene editing. In the National Rice Research Institute in Cuttack, they are targeting 2 genes which have come out of the transcriptomics and early genetic mapping work. And in Aberdeen, we've been studying an ammonia transporter, but I've got nothing good to report about nitrogen on the ammonia transporter. It does something, but not on nitrogen. Then in the wheat, there are Rothamsted Research are developing a 55K SNP array in collaboration with the University of Agriculture in Faisalabad. So they've produced a brand new association panel for Pakistan wheat. And there's quite a few PhD students actually studying different aspects of that panel. And then in IARI in Delhi, my colleague Renu is doing some detailed physiology and a bit of GWAS on another Indian wheat panel. I'm just going to go a little bit of tiny bit of detail on a few of those things, just to give you a flavor. So on the detailed physiology, there are the project's about to lose all of its money, but we've got loads and loads of data and loads of papers coming out. So this is just a snapshot of where we are. So for example, Dinesh, who was on the stage in the last session, has produced a paper showing very real differences in nitrogen use efficiency amongst rice crops grown in Delhi, in Aligarh Muslim University, Altaf Ahmed, who works on proteomics, has done several proteomic studies, and he's already come up with a list of the most promising genes. So those are the most promising genes that have come out from 2 different studies, hoping that will all get published. Our host, Raghuram from IPU, has done, I think, 5 different transcriptomic studies, and he's starting to publish all of those at the moment. Moving on to the genetic mapping, I would say, first of all, the Bengal and Assam Owls panel is developed from cultivars from India and from Bangladesh, and it's specifically suited to this kind of work because most of the cultivars flower at the same time. It's very important for this kind of study that they flower at a similar time. As I say, we've got 15,000 data points now and 15,000 plots. I'll show you a little bit of flavor of some of these things. This is the screen that we did in Aberdeen, where we did 2 different treatments. There's a high nitrogen and a low nitrogen treatment, and we measured, I guess most important, we measured plant biomass. We did transcriptomics on 6 cultivars. We've done GWAS. And this is just to give you a flavor, because this is still preliminary in my opinion. But for example, you can see a GWAS peak here for shoot biomass with 0 nitrogen, and it doesn't appear under high nitrogen. And underneath that QTL, there's a gene annotated as a high affinity nitrate transporter. And then with our transcriptomics work, we can look at the expression of that in responsive and non-responsive cultivars. And that gene is low in the nitrogen responsive cultivars and high in the non-responsive. And in addition, that gene is highly downregulated in high nitrogen. So that makes it a really interesting candidate gene. I'll skip that slide for the interest of time. As I say, this population has been grown in 4 different sites across India and Bangladesh and Pakistan. There are 43 cultivars common to all of those experiments, so 16 different experiments. These are just heat maps for grain yield or shoot biomass, and you don't have time to look at this, and I've only just created it, but there is a simple message. There is no simple answer to the question, is there cultivars that are good at high nitrogen use efficiency? It depends where you do the screen. It's a very important message. I'm a bit obsessed with looking at soil hardness, because nitrogen use efficiency could be a trait related to root growth. And if you're doing studies related to root growth, you need to know about how hard the soil is. So that's me doing some penetration work. But what I want to reveal is all of the sites that we've used in Bangladesh in this project have relatively soft soil. So if roots are important in these experiments, they should be able to contribute. That is in sharp contrast to many of the experiments I've ever done where they have hard layers. This line here, you can see, is a hard layer in what I would think of as a typical Bangladesh soil, where the soil gets hard at 20 centimeters. That would restrict root growth, but it's not restricted in the experiments we've been doing in Saanich. And that's important because we've got loads of data on this population. For root depth, the image on the left is a very simple screen for root depth. The image on the right-hand side is a massive screen being done in Bangladesh on the root growth of those cultivars. So we hope in the future to be able to relate root growth to how they perform in the field under nitrogen. Just to give you some idea that this might work, this is a PCA of all the nitrogen, of all the yield data under low nitrogen. No, sorry, this is the ratio of high to high nitrogen, PCA'd with the herbicide score, which is a measure of root depth. So this is giving a suggestion that high potential for root depth is associated with a high relative yield in Hyderabad, but not in other sites. So it's very site specific. Every partner within this grouping are doing their own genome-wide association mapping. So I'll just explain this in more detail. This is 2 million markers positioned across the 12 chromosomes of rice. And the higher these dots are, the more statistically significant the association between marker and trait is. This is grain yield under 50% nitrogen in year 2, sorry. There's a really nice peak here. There's a peak here as well for grain yield in 2 seasons, and that's right on top of an aminotransferase. So every single partner is getting these things that we call quantitative trait loci, and we think underneath those there should be genes. We can, I'm looking at Nisanka to see if I've still got time. This slide tries to show you whereabouts we have QTLs in common between multiple sites. And this is just for chromosome 1. So I'm highlighting here on, I can't remember where, just about 41 megabases on chromosome 1, common QTLs in 2 different sites. This is not common. We do not find a lot of QTLs in the same place in different sites. We are doing multiple trait genome-wide association mapping using an approach called GEMMA. It's using a huge amounts of data. We're getting things that look like QTL, so this is hot off the press, so we're hoping to investigate that. I'd say a little bit, 2 slides on the wheat. This is a beautiful aerial picture of the wheat panel being grown in Pakistan. And this graph is showing the nice genotype by treatment interaction for nitrogen. In all of the rice experiments, you get a really nice genotype by treatment interaction for nitrogen. So we have genetic effects in the response to nitrogen in rice and in wheat. So the genetic mapping should tell us something. This is from IARI in Delhi, genome-wide association mapping for traits of hydroponically grown wheat. Unbelievable quantities of data. Papers are going to be coming out all over the place. So just to come back to the purpose of this project, written in 6 lines, that was what we're trying to achieve. We're at the end of our funding. We have generated huge amounts of data. We have got a lot to do. Some of our partners have got some extension, we don't. But we're hoping by this time next year, I might even come to a conference like this and tell you what we really found, because what I've shown you is where we are right now. We're going to have, we reckon, 20 papers from this study, and I'm hoping to tell you more concrete answers. But yes, definitely there are superior cultivars. It really depends on where you do them, because they will not be superior in every site. This seems not to happen. And especially dry season versus wet season, completely different. Genetic loci, we're going to find loads and loads of genetic loci. Underneath some of them, there will be interesting genes, but there'll be far too many to handle. We will work on a few candidate genes, but we will produce more questions than answers, and there'll be loads to test. And then the physiological and molecular mechanisms, we've already got some interesting data on photosynthesis, it's linking to nitrogen use efficiency, but also the molecular mechanisms, the transcriptomics and the proteomics data should be really revealing when we link it to our field data. And that is all I wanted to say. It's just that SANAC has also been a fantastic opportunity for me to play cricket with people from the Indian subcontinent. And it's I'm looking forward to the rest of the England-India cricket games, which are going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karan. And you took exactly 15 minutes. So then we have 5 minutes for discussion.
I only had 10 minutes.
Right. Okay. Questions? So then, shall I ask a question? Then now your your analysis, you observed certain genetic materials are having deep root and things like that. Because there are any in addition to the nitrogen use agents, they are tolerant to like a drought and moisture stress. Have you observed or any investigation in that aspect is in test as well?
Not in that panel. We haven't done any drought work on that panel, but we have done work like that on other panels, and you can find an association between the performance under drought and that deep-rooted herbicide screen, for example. So it does work. So I would imagine that those ones that are deep-rooted, we think are deep-rooted, will also be better under drought. They should be. It depends on the soil.
Okay, thank you. I mean, any question? Okay, if not, actually, thank you very much for excellent presentation. Now we will move to the next presentation by Dr. Alfred Rodriguez.
Yeah, we can see. Time is there. See the time. Okay, it's possible. It's okay. I'll place it here. Hi everyone, thank you for being here in this beautiful hall. So I will be talking in this presentation about management scenarios for a full sustainable Mediterranean cropping system. And here I am presenting a set of scenarios that we define with the objective of reducing the emission of reactive nitrogen. And we did this assessment in Spain, and we consider a large diversity of crops and regions and different potential reduction of nitrogen fertilization. And we focus mainly on agronomic terms, but also we include some aspects of economic for give a little glimpse in economic terms. The set of scenario, I don't want to go through all each of the scenarios, but we have a base scenario with the same nitrogen application as currently, and the rest of scenarios are basically a combination of incorporating the nitrogen into the soil, both all nitrogen or only the organic nitrogen, the application of urease inhibitors, or not using urea. And when I say that, I mean not replacing for anything else, just not use urea, and not use synthetic fertilizer at all. So for doing this study, we gathered a large amount of data from different sources, consisting of specialized data for each Spanish province for every year. And here we use the last five available years that we had available. And we had data for more than 100 crops, as you can see, for both rainfed, irrigated, and also greenhouse. We had information about nitrogen fertilization rate, both for organic and also for synthetic, and we distinguish between the different type of synthetic. We complemented this information with data about nitrogen yields and also another information such as nitrogen fixation and nitrogen deposition. As you can see, we start with a very detailed information. That's why the main title contains the word upscaling, because we are following a bottom-up approach. And with all this information for a large number of crops, we created different groups. We have 19 groups based on the soil occupation information system. And this was done for two reasons. The first one, to group the crops in a coherent way, and the second one, because we want to also to spatialize results. For each one of these crop groups, we calculate this Y-max parameter that allows us to create a relation between the input nitrogen into the crop group, and also the yield from obtained and with that nitrogen application. And for calculating emission, we use an empirical model called Manner for calculating ammonia emissions for volatilization of manure and synthetic fertilizer. And this model includes different parameters, but basically it focuses on climate data that we extracted from the for an observational database, including wind, temperature, precipitation, and precipitation. And for nitrous oxide emission, we use specific effect factors for the Mediterranean condition, not the IPCC ones. And for giving this special or little analysis, economy analysis, we include prices for different crops and also prices for the synthetic fertilizer, dividing obtaining different prices for different categories. Regarding the organic application, we kept the application rate constant and the flat price for the manure. So this is the big table of results. You can see in each column represent a different strategy of that we spoke before, and each row represents a different aspect, no? The input, the emission, the surpluses, etc. So if we start analyzing the result, we can see that the strategy consisting of incorporating all nitrogen into the soil have a large effect on ammonia emissions, also have an increase on yields and therefore an economic benefit, but and in the other hand, it has a negative impact on surpluses. So it's a case of pollution swapping. If we move to the other part of the table, to the most extreme, let's call it extreme case, consisting in removing, not using any synthetic fertilizer, we have a large reduction in ammonia and nitrous oxide emissions, and also in surpluses, and associated with nitrogen use efficiency increases. But as you can maybe expect, perhaps, we have a large negative impacts on crop yields, and also large negative impact on economic benefit, a little less than a crop yield, but still large impact. If we move to the intermediate scenario, consisting of not using the urea and not replacing by anything else, we have a large reduction on ammonia emission and moderate reduction on nitrous oxide emission and surpluses. On the other hand, we have small reductions in crop yields, and those reduction in terms of economical terms are even more moderate, even less than 5%. If we move from this national result that were calculated upscaling this detailed information, if we move to provincial level, to region level within Spain, what we did here was take each of Spanish provinces, one of each of the 50 Spanish provinces, and each of the 19 groups, and for every combination to analyze what was the best strategy with respect to different aspects, for example, to economic benefits, emission, and so on. And what we saw is that in general there was a high agreement of every combination with the national level. So it pointed out that the nitrogen incorporation was the best strategy in terms of yields and economic benefits, and it was followed by the use of urease inhibitors. I have to say that we did not consider the price of the inhibitors. And on the other hand, the not using synthetic fertilizer had the largest impact on nitrogen surpluses and emission. The second one was the not using the urea. Well, even if there is a high agreement among provinces and groups, maybe different provinces have different situation, and then they have to tailor their strategies according to a strategy or another strategy. And additionally, even if there is a high agreement, if we move into analyzing the values, the absolute impact of those strategies, we see that the impact of each strategy among the provinces largely varies. What you have here in this huge plot is there are the 50 Spanish provinces, and here I'm showing just an example based on the economic benefit for 3 strategies that we commented before, the two side and the central. And what we see is that provinces, according to a classification, here you can see a map of Spain where different colors represent a provincial classification from a recent paper that classifies Spanish provinces according if they are fueled by imported feed, fueled by synthetic fertilizer or grassland. And as you can see, the topmost part of the plots are in general populated by yellow. So it means by provinces fueled by imported feed. So if we take 2 provinces, one fueled by imported feed, another province fueled by synthetic fertilizer, and we analyze them, we can see that the province fueled by synthetic fertilizer in blue color in general behave in the same way that the result that I showed before. But the other province, the yellow one, fueled by by vegetal import, it does not behave the same. It behaved the same because the ranking between strategies was the same, but the values are much lower. Why is that? Because if we see here, I'm not going into details. This describe the nitrogen flows between different compartments of the agro food system. Sorry, I try to be fast, and it's not a good idea. The province fueled by synthetic fertilizer import a large amount of synthetic fertilizer and export a large a large amount of vegetable production, and the other province fueled by import of vegetable products import a large amount of vegetable products to cover to complement the local production and therefore generate a large amount of manure for that ends up into the cropland. So this information, the provincial information, is already upscale information already. So if we take the most detailed level data, we can also specialize that data. We can create maps like this. You can see at the left side of the screen, I'm plotting here the nitrogen inputs for the two previous provinces chosen as an example. And at the right side, I just represented the nitrogen surplus for the most, let's call it, extreme scenario, consisting on not using any synthetic fertilizer. And we can see here two things. The first thing is that maybe this strategy for a province like this, fueled by imported vegetable, is not working as expected. And we can see also that this specialization is a useful tool for identifying hotspots and locate different emissions and etc. So for concluding, I can say that this upscaling allows to analyze the efficiency of the presented strategies here and their effects in the economical and the agronomical and also a little bit macroeconomical sustainability. We have seen that these strategies, the rank of the effectiveness of the strategies is shared at province level, but they are different on impacts. And we have seen that provinces more fueled by imported feed related with a higher livestock production behave a little bit different in general than the rest. So maybe other strategies such as this reconnection strategy should be applied here. We found out that the strategy with moderate synthetic fertilizer reduction, they decrease the nitrogen surpluses, but not reach this 50%. And we have also seen, and this is my last sentence, that pollution reduction with no pollution shopping necessarily implies, at least in this study, economic losses from the farm point of view. But my idea, my message here is that maybe in this case we have to widen our scope and look more widely. So if we not put all the center into the economic farm level, and if we validate different aspects such as human health, biodiversity, or all that kind of things, no, recreational services, eutrophisation, etc. From the societal point of view, I think probably we will have no losses, but even gains. So here is where the environmental management should work, right? So that's all by my side. I don't know about the time, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. Now, the presentation is open for discussion. We have time for just one question.
Well, the fluxes are, this diagram is called graphs. It stands for generalized representation of agri-food system from Gilles Villen, and Garnier. And we created, just gathered a very detailed information from the statistic yearbooks and from the data from the Spanish ministry that we complemented with different sources in the literature, and we manually, we created like modeling process that generated this graph. So it's just it does not come from any model, but we just created them from scratch, following this graphs methodology.
So it's
No, it's statistical data, not model.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. please join with me to giving a big hand for the presentation. Thank you. So now we are invite Dr. Vikas candidate for the next presentation.
Hi, hello everyone. Myself Vikas, and work today I'm going to present is of my currently PhD work, which I'm working throughout, and it is mostly extension to Dr. Adams' work. So he's not my mentor, but I just realized that we were working on the same thing. So we'll be utilizing the genetic potential to enhance the nitrogen use efficiency. And herein, I'll be explaining the project that I'm working as identification and characterization of genes responsible for a high nitrogen use efficiency to enhance the grain protein content of the wheat crop. So I'm pursuing my PhD in, can I get point? Yeah, it's okay. I can. So I'm working and at National Institute of Agri and Food Biotechnology Institute at Mohali. So, I have been working on wheat crop. So wheat is actually genetically a complex crop which has a hexaploid genome. So due to which genomic complexity is at much a higher level. So it presents different challenges to work on genetic improvement. So as we know that the wheat is an important staple crop, so it usually essentially composed of 70% starch and 12% of protein. So when from the literature, it is known that if we increase higher nitrogen dose to the wheat, so this grain protein content tends to increase. But it is also known from literature that this enhanced grain protein content is somehow competes with the grain yield of the wheat. So they possess a negative relationship between grain yield and the protein. So why we choose this? There were certain bottlenecks in the study. So out of which there wasn't any particular gene after GPC B1, the well-known gene uh, has been discovered to uh, to show the impact of grain protein. So it was needed to identify a particular gene. So we design our study extensively focusing on that goal. Then the second is we wanted to identify the nitrogen use efficient line, which will be utilizing low nitrogen, but in return will give higher protein content. And the most of the genes that are being studied are usually derived from the wild relatives, but which also drags some negative traits with them through the process of linkage dragging. So, keeping in mind, we design our study. So, we had developed 1200 lines of EMS mutant and EMS, these mutant lines that we have screened, and out of which we have identified one line that is TAC75, which was showing a higher protein as compared to its parent variety C306. So we decided to look up first for the differentially expressed gene. And for the purpose, we have utilized developing grains since the trait we were studying was particularly a grain protein content. So we decided to go through with the developing grains and try to identify the genes. So through this transcriptome analysis, when we did the DEG's analysis, and we found that the around 20% of genes were involved in the metabolic processes, out of which 20% were particularly differentially expressed to contribute nitrogen compound, and of which 50% were particularly in protein metabolism. So through this, we have identified Sorry for that. It is actually 6,500 only. So we have identified 6,500 DEGs, and these from this study we come to know that these DEGs were significantly contributing to the nitrogen metabolism. So we have utilized this TAC75 mutant to cross with the WH1105, which is high yielding variety, and also have a moderate grain protein content. And we observe that at fifth generation, that this trait is normally distributing and segregating according to Mendel's populations. So we thought to use it as for further genetic studies, and accordingly uh, we have conducted multi-location trials at three different locations, three geographically different locations for 2 consecutive years. And we have recorded number of traits, out of which grain protein content was one of them. So barring environment second, all traits were looking good and were showing the normal distribution. Here, the notable thing was the genetic heritability. So genetic heritability was observed to be 0.72, which is good, which was good actually, because this indicates that the population is fit for selecting the particular trait. So what we did is we have selected out of this population, we have selected 15 to 20 high protein lines and 15 to 20 low protein lines, and we have subjected them to three different nitrogen treatments. So one was 80 kg, 160 kg, and 2 kg per hectare. So 2 kg is too high, but we still conducted to just to check the impact on that. And as per the literature, the grain protein content does increase with the protein supplement, but it should have also increased the yield of the population. But then it wasn't the case. So grain weight were staying constant. But what we got through this experiment is we are able to increase the grain protein content without harming the or without causing the yield loss. And the second thing is, this study helped us to identify a particular genotype that is showing good amount of protein at lower nitrogen stage. So to dig into the genetic potential, we did 200 lines. We selected 200 lines out of 350 lines of the population, and we did genotyping by sequencing. And simultaneously, we have recorded various number of traits just to identify the correlation study, and we did QTL mapping. So in the QTN mapping, we have utilized around 2400 homozygous SNPs, of which we were able to generate a map length of around 3000 centimorgan. And through this QTL analysis study, we identified around total of 10 number of QTLs, of which 2 QTLs were stable across multiple environments. And if you could see at QTL number 3, which we observed to be in presenting every environment except for the environment 2, because that wasn't following the normal distribution. And this QTL, the QTL2 3, which was present on chromosome 2b, was observed to be with LOD value of 2.9 and was explaining about 5 to 7% of total phenotypic variance. So when we looked up to this, it was the QTL was showing around 6 MB of region. So we indigenously developed our own marker within that region to narrow down this region to the 1.8 MB region, which is highlighted in the violet color. So in this region, when we looked further, so we identified total number of 27 genes, of which within which we could identify total of 22 SNPs. But majority of the SNPs were located in intergenic locations. So there were only 8 SNPs out of 22 that were showing high to moderate impact as predicted by bioinformatic tools. So of these, there were 3 specific SNPs that were showing high impact, and accordingly we have highlighted certain classes of protein which we thought would be a candidate genes to be pursued further. And of these, QTL, we have identified one SNP which was clearly helping us to differentiate between high protein and low protein individuals. And we have thought to utilize this SNP for further downstream population screening and backcross population generation. So with this, I would like to conclude the things that in this work, we have screened EMS mutant and identified a high GPC line. Then we have studied the differentially expressed genes responsible for nitrogen use efficiency. Then we have developed a RIL population for genetic studies. Then we have identified some quantitative trait gene using GBS. Subsequently, we have also developed one SNP marker, which we will be using for further backcross population development and other things. And then we would like to further validate this marker for its stability. And with this work, I would like to thank DBT for my institute funding, then Executive Director of NABI, CSR for financial help, and RCB Faridabad for PhD registration, and my PhD guide, Dr. Joy K. Roy, under whose guidance I'm working currently, and lab members. And lastly, I would like to thank INI and N2024 for letting me present my work through this platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys, for the very interesting presentation. So now the presentation is open for discussion.
Thanks a lot. Very intriguing results. Is this SNP marker for a low or high nitrogen fertilization?
Sorry?
GPC. You have SNP marker for GPC, like 5%.
Yeah.
And is it with low or high nitrogen fertilization?
No. So GPC is a trait which is tend to increase with high nitrogen. So as we increase fertilizer, so GPC content should increase. So it's actually a grain protein storage proteins, so that we consume daily. So it is actually important for nutrition benefits as well. If you want to get more protein, you need high grain protein wheat for that. So it can vary with low or high nitrogen treatments. So in order to get high grain protein, so people are trying to infuse more fertilizer in that to get high proteins.
Okay, let's stop. Time for one more question.
That looks like a really nice detail.
Thank you.
I just wonder how you're going to find what the gene is. How will you find out what the gene is? One question is, have people looked for this trait in natural populations?
So yeah.
On it, and has anyone found that QTL is locus?
No, actually, this is novel QTL that we have found. And since we have gone through the EMS mutant way, so we had to develop the RIL population for this thing. We could not go for natural population, but we are simultaneously screening for the natural population. We have done GWAS as well, but that study is in progress.
Okay, any other question?
Yeah, I have a question. You said that for increasing the grain protein content, you are increasing the fertilization content.
No, I'm saying if we have to, we want to increase the grain protein content, we can also look for genetic potential to increase it at a lower fertilization rate.
But you said that you increase the fertilizer content.
Yeah.
So if we give the more fertilizer, it will harm the environment.
Yeah, that's the whole point of that. We, instead of going for higher fertilization, we can go for higher potential, that the plant can utilize nitrogen even it is present at a lower level.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, let's join with me again and thank us for the interesting presentation. So now we invite the session, Dr. Mundi among the sir.
There is a general announcement. All speaker needs to present in this hall till the end of the session. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome you to my presentation. As I am the last presenter, so everybody is really, really exhausted. However, I will try to finish my presentation within the time limit. Thank you. My presentation topic is maximizing yield and nitrogen use efficiency through appropriate fertilization options in oilseed rice cultivation under calcareous diagrams. Background of the study. As you know, nitrogen is the most essential key element in rice cultivation, but also one of the most challenging factors to work. The excessive use of nitrogen fertilizer results in low nitrogen use efficiency and has no yield benefits. Besides, it causes water pollution, air pollution, greenhouse gas effect, and environmental pollution. Therefore, it is crucial to reduce nitrogen losses and to improve nitrogen use efficiency through sustainable nitrogen management. Here, my research question is agronomic intervention can improve nitrogen use efficiency and loss. Therefore, the present research objective is to evaluate the effect of nitrogenous fertilizer management approaches in improving nitrogen use efficiency and yield of rice in wetland rice cultivation. Details about the experiment, sites of experiment, and the characteristics of soil and other important information. Treatments used. Zero nitrogen, recommended nitrogen, count output ton per hectare plus supplemented urea, urea supergranule, biosub ton per hectare per recommended urea, biosub ton per hectare plus 2/3 urea. Here, the average temperature and rainfall during the experimental period and other experimental materials and experimental time is shown here. Soil analysis was done before and after experimentation. Straw grain analysis for nitrogen content, and we calculated the finally the nitrogen uptake by the plant and that is use efficiency. This is some formulas we used for determination of different nitrogen use efficiency. Finally, we analyze the data and stabilized data are presented here. The soil analysis report, initial value yellow, and the rest color is after experimentation. This is for PAs, nitrogen, total nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, sulfur, and zinc of soil. And this is this data for 50 to 30 centimeter depth, similar data. And finally, this is the effect of nitrogen fertilization option. Here we can see from this graph that the deep placement of urea supergranule consistently increased molecular content of the plant at almost all sampling dates. Here, deep placement of urea supergranule steadily increased diameter content per plant at almost all sampling dates. Contributing characters are also determined. Here we can see from the table that total number of tillers per plant and effective tiller per plant and panicle length was highest in case of using urea deep placement. Other parameters of yield contributing characters, total number of grains per panicle, field gains per panicle, and 1000 weight was almost higher in case of urea displacement. It's about yield, that is our expected goal. Yield increase over prill urea was least for cow dung plus prill urea, that is 1.88%, followed by biosar with 2/3 recommended dose and biosar with recommended dose or prill urea, and was the highest for the deep placement of urea supergranule, that is 16.09%. The biological yield as well as harvest index was better and almost higher in case of placement of deep placement urea. Grain nitrogen content, straw nitrogen content, and the uptake of nitrogen by grain, uptake of nitrogen by straw, and finally uptake of nitrogen by plant is shown in this figure. And you can see from this figure that this in all the cases, the highest amount of nitrogen content per plant was observed by the treatment urea deep placement. And this compared to the recommended dose of free urea, replacement of urea supergranule increased agronomic nitrogen efficiency by 14.08%. Similarly, compared to the recommended dose of free urea, replacement of urea supergranules increased the recovery nitrogen use efficiency by 25.0%. Likewise, compared to recommended dose of free urea, replacement of urea supergranule increased nitrogen use efficiency by 34.10%. And finally, we calculated the cost benefit ratio. The benefit cost ratio was higher for the deep placement urea supergranule than all other treatments. Conclusion: among the treatment used, urea supergranule provided the best results in terms of chlorophyll content, plant growth parameters, and yield contributing characters of breather 28. Compared to the recommended dose of prill urea, deep placement urea supergranules increased nitrogen use efficiency by 34.10%, agronomic use efficiency by 14.08%, and the recovery nitrogen use efficiency by 25.0%. Yield increased by 16.09% over recommended nitrogen application. The benefit of cost benefit, cost benefit ratio was calculated and found to be highest 1.2.93 proportion in case of USG application. Biosar recommended dose of prill urea also exhibited good result in terms of growth, yield, and nitrogen use efficiency, but the extra cost of the biosar reduced the benefit of the cost benefit ratio. The findings suggest that deep placement urea supergranules is the best option for improving yield of rice, also improving the nitrogen use efficiency. I gratefully acknowledge the EQRS South Asian Nitrogen Hub for providing me the opportunity to conduct the research, and also I acknowledge the authority of my university for giving all kinds of facilities. Thank you for this. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan, for the presentation and giving agronomic solutions, promising agronomic solutions to reduce nitrogen wastage and increase the nitrogen use efficiency. Now the presentation is open for discussion.
Thanks. In the conclusion, you suggested to use the recommended fertilizer with biosar, but based on the result, we saw that even 2/3 urea with biosar also showed similar yield. So, in the context of optimum nitrogen application, wouldn't it be good to recommend 2/3 urea with biosar, given the agronomic benefit? And also you can elaborate about the economic benefit.
Thank you. As I mentioned in my presentation, that the biosar plus recommended urea has given good results, but in case of yield benefit, I have mentioned here 16.09%. That is better than biosar plus recommended urea. So finally, I recommended for my country, especially urea granule, super granule for using for improving yield as well as energy efficiency.
Shall I ask a question, Dr. Hassan? Now, how about the farmers' adaptation of deep placement? I mean, what you have observed, very good improvement with the nitrogen distributions.
Thank you, Sunny Shankar. It's a good question in my country, especially you know that farmers don't like to use urea super granule, as you know it is a tedious job because they have to place the urea inside the soil, so they don't feel like good. So it should be a government policy because if government gives some good types of good device to place the urea super granule and to encourage them, and also awareness development is also necessary, and it is especially depend on our government policy.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hassan. Since we are running out of time, and Dr. Hassan is going to be around. If you have any question, you can direct question to him. He is going to be with us tomorrow and thereafter. So then once again, please join with me for to thank Dr. Hassan for the very interesting presentation. Thank you. So now we are we are getting into the world of mass presentation. Our first presentation is Navarat Pandit. We have 5 minutes for the presentation and the question as well.
Okay, good evening. So the title of my today's presentation is the optimization of nitrogen fertilization and the application of enhanced efficiency nitrogen fertilizer boost maize yield and farmers income in Nepal. So to give the brief background, So to give the brief background, fertilizer recommendation in Nepal is very old and it is of blanket type, that is same rate of fertilizer across the domain. And in other hand, nitrogen fertilizer rate varies largely among the farmers, especially nitrogen fertilizer resulting in reduced nitrogen use efficiency and higher yield gap. So taking this into consideration, Shimit Nepal Seed and Fertilizer Project has conducted multiple multi-location fertilizer trials over 5 years in different crops and vegetables to promote 4 Rs and balanced fertilization, and also the alternative use of enhanced efficiency nitrogen fertilizer. So the specific objective was to identify the optimum rate and application timing of nitrogen fertilization in maize, and to develop the domain-specific fertilizer recommendation, and also to test the agronomic and economic potential of these alternative ENFS such as polymer-coated urea, urea briquette over conventional urea. So we conducted multi-location fertilizer trials over 2 years in maize. In the first year, we included the treatments including NPK omission plots and different nitrogen rates, 5 different nitrogen rates and 3 different nitrogen application timing. And in the second year, the treatment with optimum rate of nitrogen in year 1 was included and was compared with the polymer coated urea and urea briquette with less nitrogen input. And we performed both descriptive and predictive analytics, including inferential statistics. So in the results, we observed from the NPK omission plot that the nitrogen was the most limiting nutrient in soil, and this was also supported through soil test result. And optimum rate of nitrogen was found 120 kg nitrogen per hectare. And nitrogen side rest at B6 leaf stage and B10 leaf stage increased the yield by 25 to 30%. And this information was included in government Krishi Diary, that is agricultural book. And to develop the domain-specific fertilizer recommendation, we gathered the raw data and different articles, publication from different regions of Nepal and performed the analytics. So domain-specific fertilizer recommendations were developed where 6 domains were identified based on the soil fertility that was extracted from the digital soil map and agroclimatic condition and attainable yield. So 2 of the major milestones and deliverables of the project in close collaboration with National Soil Science Research Center, NARC, is the development of digital soil map and domain-specific fertilizer recommendation for the first time in Nepal. That was officially launched by former Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli and the current Agriculture Minister Dr. Beduram Bhushal. So in regards to E and FS, both polymer coated urea and urea brigade with reduced nitrogen input maintain similar or even higher yields compared with the conventional urea, and also economic nitrogen use efficiency and gross margin were observed higher with PCU and UV over conventional urea and current farmers practice. So these are some of the publication from these trial results. So in conclusion and way forward, balanced fertilization integrating new fertilizer recommendation and BMPs, that is 4Rs, needs to be promoted to reduce the yield gap and to mitigate the current food insecurity issues of the country, and also to promote the alternative enhanced efficiency nitrogen fertilizer, especially urea brigade that is already registered in Nepal, to reduce the nitrogen inputs, environmental cost, and to achieve the sustainable development goals. Also, we need to promote the soil testing initiatives to upgrade the digital soil map of Nepal, and also to issue the soil health card to provide to the farmers. We have already initiated this soil health card campaign, but still we need to expand for precision nutrient management in Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pandit. One quick question. Okay, one quick question.
I think it's really an impressive work. I wonder if the rates that the farmers are applying today are higher or lower than the recommendations as average.
Thanks for the question. So, based on the situation that urea fertilizer is not available based on the demand in the country, almost only 50% of the demand country could meet. So, the fertilizer rate, especially nitrogen, is lower than the recommended rate, but it is highly varied, that is quite imbalanced. Some of the farmers, they apply quite low amount, and some of the farmers, they apply high amount. Yeah, that is the case.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Pandit, for the interesting presentation. We are now moving to the last presentation. Dr. Ika.
Suppose you want to make a global maps of nitrogen use efficiency, and suppose you want to do it at very high resolution, and you also want to do it for every single crop, and suppose you want to do a time evolution of nitrogen use efficiency, then what you really require, among many different things, is global maps of where crops are harvested over time and how much is the productivity of that every single crop over time. With funding from the Bezos Earth Fund as a pass-through grant through World Resources Institute in Washington, D.C., and additional funding added to it by the Land and Carbon Lab, World Resources Institute, 2 different teams, the Institute on the Environment, that is led by me, and the SPAM team from IFPRI, led by Liangji Yao. We are now, we have done this many times in the past. We are experts in doing this global mapping at high resolution. Now we want to make a even better version, better, faster, and cheaper. So there are two teams. And if you want to just study at national scales, you can get the data from FAO, no problem. But you actually have no idea of what is going on. And there was some high resolution map from Alfredo from Spain, from Gerard, and there have been high resolution maps being shown. So you can try to do this at crop specific maps of harvested areas and yields at say state levels. But say Indian state like Madhya Pradesh is bigger than many countries of the world. So what does it even mean? Nitrogen use efficiency of say maize or soybean in Madhya Pradesh doesn't mean anything. So you can try to do something like this, like try to track crops at every specific county or districts around the world over time. It's a very hard problem, and we have tried to do that, but we were not very successful at reaching 46,000, tracking 46,000 political units around the world, which is like 150 million data points if you think about like over the last 50 years and for many crops. So I built time series in the past of 10 crops. You can see some of my publications using such data. What we all want to do is actually answer very big questions and publish a paper, say, in Nature. So you want to answer that massive planetary scale question and then write the scientific answer. But what is missing in between is this damn data. So this is what we are now funded to do it much better. And those who are interested, we have already started building many of these data sets for every single country. Our strategy is to stitch individual crops. So for Spain, we'll build the high resolution data. We'll get it corrected by, say, Luis or Alfredo, and then come to, say, China and get it corrected. And then we start to stitch them together for the entire world and then do the time series. So here are the 25 crops, which we are really interested. We are mandated to build these 25 crops over 10 years or so. But the time limit, there is no time limit. We can build it for longer time steps. Here are just some maps now. So here's how we know about Australia. This is Australian wheat yield in 2012. This is how we know more deeper the green color, that means higher is the yield. It's a very weird, people from Australia know that the Australian Bureau of Statistics reports their crop information in what is known as statistical area 4 units, which are gigantic units. So in the western part of Australia, which is a massive wheat exporting and barley exporting belt, there are 2 data points only essentially. But this is what we want to do. We want to build it at the next level. This is like sea level for India in Australia. So you can see, like, as you go into the desert, the yield keeps decreasing. Here is some example from Ethiopia, and then results from Europe. This is from the European Joint JRC data, which is just published. So in 2010, if you see, Spain has lower yield, France has much higher yield. France is one of the highest wheat yielding countries of the world. Then there's Germany and Spain and Sweden, etc. But between 2010 and 2016, see how the yield of France crashed by almost 50%. And it was a particularly bad year in France, 2016. So if the nitrogen application rate remained the same, you can think what happened to the NUE. So this is the power of our data set. And then in 2020, it came back up. Maize yield, barley, sunflower, sugar beet. Similarly, you can do mapping in the United States. US in 2011, this is higher, deeper the color green, that means higher is the yield. So between 2011 and 2019, more recent time, you see how maize yields move to the north, more to the north. This is how it moved. If I go back and forth, you see in the northern part of Minnesota, yield moved up. What moved up with the yield? The nitrogen application rate also moved. I'm not showing that. So this is how these are connected, all these parameters. So those who are interested further in this data set or collaborating with me can write to me. And the students who are graduating soon or if you know any student with PhD, they can join us postdoc at the University of Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you. Rika, very interesting presentation. So any very quick question and for a very quick answer.
So what happened to Switzerland? It's complete white.
Switzerland?
Switzerland.
Switzerland is not reported in the GRC.
Yeah, understood well, we have the same to have develop some strategy to estimate the fertilizer application.
Oh, for the fertilizer data set, come to my talk tomorrow. I'll talk to you about my fertilizer data.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rika, for the very interesting presentation. Okay, on behalf of the okay, before I hand over to the organizing committee, thank you very much for giving this opportunity to share this. And also, we had a very wide coverage regarding the genetic solution and agronomic solution, and also the farming system approach to increase nitrogen use efficiency. I take this opportunity to thank all the presenters and also the participants who asked the question, and all the participants, all members who participated in the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our co-chair, for guiding us through a session filled with enlightening discussion and valuable knowledge sharing. I would now request Dr. Ross to please join us on the stage to felicitate our co-chair. Dr. Ross, please, I request you to join the stage for felicitation of our co-chair. I think he's not here. So I request Dr. David Cantor to please join us on the stage to felicitate our co-chair. I would now request all the speakers of the session to please join us on the stage. And our co-chair will give a token of appreciation to all the speakers. So, David, please be here on the stage. I would also request Dr. Suhail Khan and Dr. Naujyoti Chakravarti to please join the stage for the photograph. Sri Ram and Sakshi also join the stage. Thank you all speakers, our co-chairs and audience for such a enlightening discussion, knowledge sharing. Thank you all. Thank you everyone for your presence and patience. There is a short comfort break for 5 minutes and you all are requested to be back for a fireside chat in this very main auditorium. Also, subsequently after the completion of fireside chat, there is a cultural program awaits you in this main auditorium. We also pleased to invite you to
to join for dinner organized by us to conclude the day at the end. The dinner will be held at the main auditorium just after the cultural event. We look forward to have you all. Thank you. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Please come back in 5 minutes. कॉल करो हाउसकीपिंग वालों को टेबल लगा हाउसकीपिंग दो लोगों को जल्दी वो अनाउंस हो गया ब्रेक तब तक वहां से ब्रेक अनाउंस हो गया कर दिया सुहाना सुहाना कर दिया ना
Whether is the bigger question, right? Now, when we were doing the analysis, one of the things that came up and has come up in your work also, that, farm level action is we talk so much about behavioral change, but how do we get all the stakeholders change and, get their acts together? And that requires that we fundamentally agree that nitrogen is a key compound where we have to agree together for sustainable development. This has to be integrated into the NDCs, but into the action plans and so on and so forth. So that is one. The second is that the question of trade-offs. One of the things that we came across when we were talking to the policymakers were, they said, okay, organic is good. We want to, increase nitrogen use efficiency, but we have to feed zillions of, population. And at the country level, at worldwide, we have this question, because whenever you want the actors to come together and agree on a target, it becomes a limitation that where do we set and how do we set the targets so that everybody agrees together on this. So that is the biggest question, that how do we kind of, get the actors together onboarded to agree on that. So that is, these were some of the insights, but it was also interesting to understand. I was just thinking through, how do we solve this problem together? And I was referring to, some of the work, and one of the ideas that came to my mind, and I also found, enough literature on policy integration. And one of the things they talk about is policy living labs. Now, regionally or, geographically, or in some ways, how do we get people to come together, identify the problem, and then come together for it to solve the problem? So I think that's an interesting idea we can explore further from here, because all said and done, unless we are able to find a solution. I was talking to some of the stakeholders here in the room today, and they said, we have been identifying the problem for too long. Where is the solution? So I think that is something that we have to keep in mind, that while we are working together on a common goal, we also don't have enough luxury of time. Now, waiting in social science, waiting is an important concept, and we might just miss the bus when we, when we are waiting for too long.
Thank you very much. So Tom, we've heard kind of two angles of what makes both nitrogen challenging, right? This balance, this tension between food security, environmental protection, and on the other hand, a compelling argument for why it needs to be in policy conversations. And so as an NGO that has created these successful campaigns, and thinking about a successful campaign around nitrogen, what does that look like? What are the building blocks of that? Both, I guess, from a knowledge perspective, but also from, very clear, concrete policy steps and communication steps.
Yeah, and I am going to echo a few of the things that have already been mentioned. It's very encouraging to hear the conversations that have already been started on stage, and to see the work that's been going into the International Nitrogen Assessment, for example, because they are key building blocks. It is about getting people to come to some agreement so that there is a central force to kind of coalesce around. Nitrogen is obviously a very, very complex issue, which touches on many different multilateral treaties. It touches on many different, our lives in many different ways. There's in theory, it's got a lot going for it to get a public campaign around, because there should be something that every single person is interested in, even if you just go to health alone. But there's also the biodiversity angle, there's the climate change angle, there's all of these different things, but it's not broken through with the public yet, like Mark said. It's absolutely nowhere near the kind of public awareness of something like, like obviously carbon is dominating the conversation in terms of public awareness, but even methane or biodiversity increasingly. And that's because, as much as it's kind of, it can be difficult to remember when there's all of this excellent kind of science going on, and we've had resolutions at UNEA and there has been progress, that actually the case for action on nitrogen is still being made. And it's not being made, or at least I hope it's not being made to the people in this room, because I hope it's been made to you. You're making it. But that case still needs to be made to the public, and it still needs to be made to policymakers. And in terms of concrete steps, really, the nitrogen working group is a great start at that, and the proposed interconventional mechanism that Mark is talking about offers a prospect to be a really, really good forum to achieve that, because what we need is clarity of vision as civil society when we're going to make recommendations to policymakers. We can't just turn up and keep saying, here's the problem, here's the problem. Like you said, we've been identifying the problem for a long time. We need to be going with solutions. And because nitrogen is touched on by so many treaties, there are lots of different forums for potential action, but all of them are slightly different audiences, and they all need to be spoken to in slightly different ways. You know, I, as a campaigner on N2O, I'm not going to be the best suited person to go to like the biodiversity convention, for example. So one of the first things we need to do is get a space where there can be more civil society engagement on the issue of nitrogen. Compared to other environmental issues, there are not a lot of NGOs in this space. And there's the GPNM, the Global Partnership on Nutrient Management, which you know, is now inviting further members from civil society. But simply putting out an invitation and sort of waving a little flag via email and saying we're here isn't going to draw a lot of people in. The GPMM could be a lot more active there. They could be going to each of these treaty bodies. You know, you could be turning up to the Montreal Protocol, taking part in side events maybe, or even just being a presence, because you need to go to where civil society is to draw their attention and say, look, this is an area that needs action. There is the possibility for action. There is the science to ground it in. Let's go. And what's key to that let's go is really that kind of central concrete vision. And that requires also targets. And the 50% reduction in nitrogen waste by 2030, that's an excellent kind of target that you can really hook people's interest with. What would be great is if we can find a way to relate that to each of the different nitrogen components and relate it to each of the treaties where we want action. So for example, if I'm going to go to the Montreal Protocol and say, look, we need targets on N2O. And I mean, this is a bit pie in the sky to think that they would come in and address agriculture straight away, but even industrial emissions, right? There's low hanging fruit that we've been talking about for decades. This technology to abate it has been around for decades. That 50% target, how does N2O feed into that? So how can I make the case to the delegates at the Montreal Protocol that this is something you should be doing? It's an ODS, it's the world's largest ODS, it's a greenhouse gas. This is why it's specific to your treaty, and here's how it feeds into that bigger vision.
Thank you. That was really compelling. Mark, after listening to Tom and also all your initial remarks, I have, I guess, a kind of more of a personal question, which is, what do you see, what do you think our responsibility is, and what do you see as your responsibility as a scientist, both in terms of the kind of work that you do and how you engage with the policy world?
I think I probably spend a huge amount of my time engaging in policy, in going to those conventions and not writing enough peer-reviewed papers. Apologies to those of you who are waiting for my comments on your manuscript. You'll get them eventually. But the competing with that is this, exactly this, of engaging, what is it that scientists can bring? And I'd love to see if those of you here and online want to get more involved in these conventions, shout clearly and say, I'd love to come along to Convention X, and we will find a way to dovetail you in, to get involved, to listen, learn, but also ultimately give your scientific insights into that process. And very often what you're saying, I work closely with the Air Convention. We go to the Convention Working Group on Strategies and Review. That's national focal points of the governments who are the negotiating body. They are not scientists generally. And the scientists will come in and sit there and analyze it and see it differently and can offer insights. So to take an example, air pollution. Why bother working about nitrogen and air pollution? Actually, this is where I started. And it was about barriers to change. We're having a discussion about ammonia pollution. Nobody's willing to take action. There's huge barriers. How are we going to overcome those barriers? And the win-win-win that is offered by nitrogen is if you take action on that nitrogen, see the ammonia as part of the nitrogen cycle, it will contribute to improving your air quality and do water quality and climate and biodiversity at the same time. Can that help overcome the barriers? And then, of course, once we start joining it together, we get the whole point about finance, both the externalities, which we've seen presented, the health impacts, the ecosystem impacts, but also the value of a nitrogen waste. So halve nitrogen waste by 2030. At 2023 prices save $150 billion per year. That's a huge opportunity. So what I'd say is, as a scientist, you start seeing things slightly different, connecting things up. And back to the awareness raising, those kind of resolutions at the United Nations Environment Assembly are some of the best awareness raising tools for getting the countries in there to help convince them why they need that. So I think that for me, it's been a journey, recognizing fragmentation, recognizing that a joined up nitrogen is about overcoming the barriers. If we manage nitrogen sustainably, can we help the Air Convention overcome its barriers? Your Montreal Protocol, how are we going to control N2O? Well, these guys will have their own views. But how far can you really go with a few technical measures? Quite tough. But if you transform the world's nitrogen cycle to a more efficient system, with less losses overall, including less dinitrogen losses, much more efficient system, less N2O. So I think it's bringing that thinking and being ready to give time to mobilize change. And just as a scientist, you might think you don't get your papers written, but you get great feedback. It's a circle, and we learn from those guys as much as the other way around, and that affects the agenda of our future research.
Thank you. Similar question for you, Smita. You, as a social scientist, or even closer to you, directly engaged with policymakers, your work is really understanding how they think, what their priorities are. Similar question for Mark in terms of how you see your responsibility as a scientist. You're working on questions that are not just directly related to policy, but that really are policy. And how do you see your responsibility in the kind of work that you decide to do, and how that influences how we talk and campaign on nitrogen?
Very difficult question, in fact, David. One thing I would say, and while we were discussing in today morning session, was that how do we avoid this kind of path dependence, policy mirroring, all of that, to suit technology and solutions, suit the local or the regional context and character of the problem. Point number one. Point number two is to understand that if there is a common agreement, why are we not able to achieve the results and the outcomes? Which means we are probably missing the dimension of the latent power, some of the hidden actors, and certain geopolitics or political economy questions. Who are those hidden actors? Where are they? And how do we mainstream or challenge the mainstream debates or solutions to talk about disruptive, solutions or technologies or whatever we want to bring on board? Now, that's a very difficult question, that how do you bring these difficult actors who are not evidently visible out there, and they may not be sitting at the table, but they're influencing from somewhere else. If they're not influencing, if there's a common agreement, they're sitting somewhere outside the room and influencing the actions together. Policy mirroring, I'll give you a small example. Some of the policy measures that were taken were not implemented. And no matter how much we wanted to talk to the industrial actors, they were just reluctant, saying, no, we don't want to talk about it because this was a policy that was adopted from, Europe, and they just replicated these numbers. They don't suit our context. We're not going to spend anything on this. It doesn't suit our local context. Now, how we have to learn from these, and we have to be able to engage, very constructively and innovatively with these policy questions. And that dynamics is something I think social scientists are the ones who need to engage more with these questions. Again, like Mark said, we may be missing out certain, some things in the process, but I think the long-term vision should be very clear in terms of where we want to reach from this.
Thank you. I have one more question and then I want to throw it out to the audience for any questions you may have. And it's for Tom. I think, I hope I can speak for the other scientists here, that, we've all had conversations with civil society and other stakeholders where they've told us what science would be very helpful to them in their in their work and in the kinds of communications and campaigns that they are doing. And I was hoping then, for Tom, for you and your work, and when you think about, again, raising awareness both to policymakers and the broader public and other stakeholders, what is the kind of science that is especially helpful in that work?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really fundamental question, because any global campaign, it relies on the science. So the science is completely fundamental. And that kind of the fundamental science that every campaign needs to sit on essentially has to answer 3 core questions. And it has to answer 3 core questions in a way that is accessible to the public, but it's also accessible to policymakers as well as the scientific community. And at their base, those questions are, where are we? Like, where are we now? And the implicit question there is, and what's wrong with it? So that gets to Mark's point around basically what happens if we don't do anything about this. So you need to say where we are. You need to say how we got here in the first place. And you need to be able to say, this is where we can go. And obviously those are very complex questions, especially on an issue like nitrogen. But they're the 3 fundamental things that need to be answered. And that's what, from hearing about the International Nitrogen Assessment today, I'm hoping is going to be a very good kind of catalyst for answering those questions. There's also the CCAC, the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, launching an N2O specific assessment, which they're planning to work on over the next couple of years. Again, that can be a catalyst moment. And those kind of complete stock take assessments are really, really important. If you look at something like methane that sort of burst onto the campaigning scene a few years ago, that was following a global assessment that set out in very, very clear terms an answer to those 3 questions. And that allowed policymakers to very quickly look at where they are, where they've been, where they can go. And it gave civil society enough of a kind of scientific backing to really push policymakers towards that. So that's one thing. You need that kind of foundation. Then what's really, really, really important is monitoring, ongoing monitoring and verification of whatever element it is that we're looking at. So in the N2O context, N2O emissions, for example, because we have to be able to benchmark progress and we have to be able to benchmark backsliding. And if you can't do that, if there isn't going to be an effective monitoring and verification regime in place from the start of any kind of global framework, whatever it ends up being, then you are guaranteed to face issues down the line. You know, you look at HFCs, for example, which the only reporting from parties really is on what they produce and what they consume, and then emissions are vaguely modeled out of that. But if we compare that to the atmospheric monitoring, there's an enormous gap. There's massive gaps in the monitoring because it wasn't comprehensive at the start and it hasn't been updated. It's not, that hasn't been reviewed and kept alive as much as it should be. So the kind of science of keeping monitoring alive and making sure that it's always adapting and keeping up with the latest developments is crucial. And tying into that, a really important role for the scientific community, for NGOs also, is filtering through false solutions. There are a million false solutions to problems out there. You know, it's in the climate space in particular, but across so many different environmental issues, biodiversity, pollution, whatever it is, they are manifest. And civil society, many of us, you know, I'd like to think we understand the science at least enough to talk to policymakers about it, but we don't understand the science well enough to be able to look at a given solution, a given bit of technology, a given practice or whatever, and say for certain, that's going to be effective, that's not going to be effective. That's the job of the scientific community. And we can only give good advice, good recommendations to policymakers if we're getting solid scientific foundations on what those false solutions are and what we should really be targeting. And that can vary, and it should vary by region, as we've talked about. You know, it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all thing. Finally, I'd say science can also be a very specific campaign tool. You know, you can have sort of single pieces of scientific research that can be really effective in their own right as awareness-raising pieces. So there was a great report that came out last year, which looked at what the N2O footprint of a passenger car was based on the nylon that's in its steering wheel, its airbags, its tires. And that's from process emissions of adipic acid, you know, from the few remaining factories in the world that aren't abating those emissions. So we're hoping to do a bit of work on that this year and try and get a public campaign going, because a car is a very tangible thing. You know, somebody can look at a car, they understand what it is. And if you can say to them, look, the carbon footprint of the nylon in that car is the same as the steel in that car. And it would only cost this tiny minuscule amount for that to not be the case. That becomes a compelling argument immediately. And then you can try and build up consumer leverage, and that can help to try and reach areas and industries and countries where policy is either unable or, if I can dare say, unwilling to go and touch them, you know? So really, I'd say those three things. We need that fundamental answering of the basic questions. There needs to be a go-to resource. Hopefully this will be the assessment when it comes out that the NGOs and civil society can draw from. We need that ongoing monitoring, constant working on those models, which obviously we've been talking about a lot today. And obviously there is a lot of complex science going into that. So being able to distill that and then sifting through the false solutions as well.
Thank you. That was really comprehensive and really helpful and clear. I don't know if either Mark or Smita, you want to respond to some of those suggestions for the scientific community?
I'll just respond to the false solutions. And one of the things that the International Nitrogen Management System and various allied bodies are doing is providing guidance on what are the good measures, and sometimes not including something about a bad measure, but sometimes actually including a bad measure to make clear that the scientific community is not supporting it. So I have here one I've brought along earlier, which is the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe's guidance document on integrated sustainable nitrogen management. This has been adopted by that convention by 32 parties. And for the first time, it's including whether a measure is good for ammonia or N2O or nitrate leaching or even total N and N2. And there's clearly a long way to go to carry on building the communities to get that expertise deeper. So this is a step, but there's more to be done. Meanwhile, there you go.
Thank you very much. So we have time for a couple of questions for the audience. So I don't know if anyone has a burning question that they want to ask anyone on this panel. Yes, Peter.
I can't resist asking this question. So we have this very lofty goal of having nitrogen waste by 2030. And I'm curious, this is a nice group, are we going to achieve that goal? And is it good to have aspirational goals that we don't achieve? And it really is a question of does it help us with various stakeholder groups and policymakers to set goals that probably we're not going to achieve? But I'm curious to get some, if people want to talk about that.
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think for my part, I would say, yes, there is value in setting aspirational goals. They have to be aspirational goals that are measurable. We do have to be able to, monitor progress towards them. It's not enough to say, oh, we're going to the goal can't be, well, we're just going to fix the nitrogen cycle, right? There has to be possible progress towards it. And it has to be, in an ideal scenario, technically feasible. It has to be possible to get there. But it's really good to have high ambition, because then that gives you something to target against. And particularly with talking to the public and trying to engage, getting a wider public campaign going on this, it gives you something to say, look, here's where we should be going. We've recognized the problem. We've recognized this as an answer to it. We need to hold policymakers account to reach that. And if we don't reach it, then we need a big stick to hit them with. And that target then becomes that big stick to hit them with. So I think, yeah, there's aspirational value, and then should we miss the target, which hopefully we don't, there's a big stick value.
Yeah, if I can just add a little bit, is when we set these aspirational goals, probably one question that we may forget to ask is, what does it mean for the last person? Yeah. Halving nitrogen waste, what does it mean to the farmer who is sitting in a remote block in any developing country, is something that we have to translate. If we are not able to translate, setting lofty goals does not matter.
Yeah, so I think the first point is it's about communication and what we want to communicate and working together. So if we are in favor of integrated nitrogen, then what is the simple boil it down essence to integrated nitrogen? And this was the conversation we were having in 2019, as David has said, in New York. The first thing is that a conversation about half nitrogen inputs is going to struggle, because a lot of people instantly will say, hang on, we need the nitrogen inputs for food security. Okay, fair enough. But half nitrogen waste, by which we mean the sum of all the losses, including unproductive denitrification to N2. I say unproductive denitrification to N2. Because in fact, we put so much energy into making that reactive nitrogen that it's a waste of the energy done, and it's a waste of money. So a farmer in the field that has managed to halve his nitrogen waste, i.e. less nitrate leaching, less ammonia emissions, leaves more in the field for his crop. So take urea deplacement, a great method that keeps more nitrogen in the system, more nitrogen going to the crop. So it should be helping him. The question will be, can he do those measures at less cost than the money he's saving? Plus you've got your externalities. So I think it's a really simple idea. In terms of, will we reach it? If I'm feeling pessimistic, I will say we didn't reach any of our goals so far. And if you look at our little paper we did, it looks completely scary to completely bend the curve in a way we've never done since 1970. But let's put it this way, if we don't stick it there, we're not going to have that ambition to do it. It gives us a focus of working towards it. And by framing it as halving nitrogen waste, making it clear that this is an opportunity for everybody, for better economy and environment at the same time. So my guess is we won't do it. In fact, when we originally discussed it, we were looking towards 2050. But by listening to our stakeholders, particularly the Convention on Biological Diversity, they said, no, you've got to align to 2030. So the scientists were nudged by stakeholders. That's fair enough. The challenge for 2030 is complete reinvention of systems in such a short time scale. So hopefully it's chasing us along, and we, in that time, will have the opportunity to communicate why this is a really great idea for everybody. And if we don't get as far as we want, if we get halfway there, let's be happy.
Well, and to that point, I think sometimes the way we communicate those targets, one of the challenges in communicating it is this kind of black or white binary. We either get there or we don't, and if we don't, we failed. And one thing, when I teach climate policy, for example, to students, I show them this graph that shows that when the Paris Climate Agreement was signed, if you took all of the existing policies, climate policies that were in force at that time, we were on track for a 3.6 degree world. And now, just 8-9 years later, really 8 years later, you take all the policies that are currently in force, and we're on track for a 2.7 degree world. That's almost a degree of warming less. Is that anywhere close to 2 or even 1.5 degrees? No. But is it a huge amount of progress? Yes. And is a 2.7 degree world an order of magnitude better than a 3.6 degree world? Yes. So a world that has reduced nitrogen waste by 25% is a much better world than a world that hasn't made any progress, right? But it's a nuanced argument, and it's one that doesn't fit into a campaign slogan, right? But it's one that we need to acknowledge as a good thing. We probably have time, because I'm aware we have a cultural program and dinner, so we probably have time for one more question. Yes, at the back.
No, yeah.
Sorry, Umesh, there's the microphone.
I'm going to ask one. We already have several nitrogen policies in South Asia or in the world. Somehow we need to translate that into practice. Are we able to translate that into practice in 2030, or we need to wait for Mark said it's 2050 or whatever? But what are the barriers to translate into practice? And we are putting in more resolution in UNEP and so on, UNIA and so on. We need to achieve things in the field, otherwise it's not going to work.
So if I understand correctly, what are some of the major barriers to change of actually implementing this ambitious target? Does anyone want to take a crack at that one?
I think first off, we need to keep emphasizing the value of that nitrogen resource. And the $150 billion worth of wasted resource a year, that's operating at 2023 prices. Remember, it was double that last year. So it's also an issue of, it can go up. One of the tools, I think we need to enter the world of business planning that says, what's the investment I need to do? And how confident I can be that within N years, I'm going to get a payback period. So that allows people to have confidence to invest. But ultimately, different regions of the world have got different challenges. Some will never sign an agreement. Others will sign it, but not implement it. There's different regional styles. And let's analyze the different policies. Which ones make a difference? So take neem-coated urea in India. Unless you tell us otherwise, as far as I know, all the urea sold in India now has neem coating. That's an amazing policy in terms of taking a step forward. It may not be perfect, but it's clearly a step forward. One more, which is review of fertilizer subsidy policies. So many countries are paying 80% of the price of the fertilizer, the governments are, which is not motivating the farmers to do better. So we're not saying suddenly change your fertilizer policies, but revisit them and discuss, with the experts, what are the options which are going to be more environmentally friendly with that.
Yeah, I mean, just one quick thing to add, talking about South Asia specifically as a region, is as another reason to implement and make sure that the more progressive policies do get implemented here, is that this is an area where South Asia is really a world leader. It's been mentioned a few times today that the resolutions that have been put forward to UNEA have come out of this region. It looks like they're set to continue coming out of this region. And that's really something that, the South Asia can be a champion on. So there's capital to be gained there, aside from the arguments that Mark has made, in terms of standing at international treaties and just really presenting that kind of leadership role in this region.
Thank you. Did you want to have a final? Yeah.
So one important aspect is the economics of it, in terms of being able to convince governments at different scales about the economics. Second is, how do we work it out in terms of making it implementable? So that is another challenge where I've been talking about policy integration at different scales. So that is point number one. Point number two, I think there is probably a missing framework that binds it. When we talk about sustainability or sustainable development, that common framework to understand that all of these policy suggest solutions in terms of, different acts put together can make a change. And then kind of aligning other policy goals with this. So I think that is not happening because there are a lot of internal fundamental contradictions within the policy goals themselves, which we are kind of forgetting to address while we are making these policy changes. So there are repeatedly newer policies, but then they don't align with each other at all. So how do we address that? And getting this feedback into an adaptive mode where we revise our goals contextually. It's not important that we do it all at macro scale, but then, at whatever scale it is applicable, we're able to revise these goals and kind of report and get the feedback into the policy cycle. So I think that continuous learning is not happening.
Thank you. I think we're going to draw this to a close now because we have a cultural program and dinner awaiting us. But I want to thank Mark, Tom, and Smriti for such thoughtful and insightful comments. Let's all please thank the panelists. Thank you very much. And we will have more discussions around kind of the implications of our work as scientists for policy. There will be another panel tomorrow doing a deep dive into regional and disciplinary implications for policy research. And we'll also be having these research agenda discussions. But now, if you can please stick around in this room, we will very shortly have this cultural program, which will be introduced. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You can have seats downstairs. We hope you grasped your interest from the chat and ignite the flames of curiosity and fuel yourself for the exploration in science. We hope
Yes, yes, yes.
कोई नहीं कुछ नहीं हो चाहिए नहीं हमको तो
हमें चाहिए था इनवाइट करने के लिए तो लाइट्स रुको 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 रुको
इधर ही ले लो बेटा इधर फिनिश होता है अभी रुक जाओ आप थोड़े अनाउंसमेंट कल्चरली कर दो आप
इधर जाएगा before mic is not working.
Mike, hello, sir. Sir, mic down for mic on for mic doesn't.
Before we begin with our main cultural event, let's welcome Ayushi to the stage and enjoy her magical, melodious performance, which she is prepared for us.
No disturbing her.
Thank you. Thank you.
फिर वो बढ़ा देंगे।
उनको भी तो चाहिए ना वहाँ पे। एक जगदीश को भी चाहिए।
कल आपको भूखी बताया तो जेल बनी पड़ी है। बड़ा भाई अभी वहाँ ले जाओ वाला बड़ा एक्सटेंड करके गाने के लिए बाहर क्या बात है? ये क्या ना
चार हो गए ना, एक उधर दे दो ना, ये वाला उधर से, ये वाला उधर से, ये बहुत है
दिस इज वेरी बिग। इसको नीचे रखना है, फोन नहीं देखना है, सारे फोन से देख के तो दिखाएंगे। ये आवाज कैच
Sorry for the delay. The performers are setting up. Wait for a while. We need 5 minutes to just set up.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a slight delay of 5 minutes because we have already overshot our time. But I would love all of you to be present here. Kindly have patience. You are going to have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much. In the meanwhile, I request you to please put down your mobile phones on either aeroplane mode or silent mode. And one more thing, very important. Don't do flash photography in between the program. Enjoy. Let us see whether we can make this evening a wonderful event. Thank you very much.
तो बैठोगे तो माइक कहाँ पे रहेगा बैठने वाला
के पीछे
हेलो 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 आ रही है ये वाला हेलो 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 सर बढ़ाना और
during हाँ सर नहीं सर कैच कर रहा है
हेलो
यहाँ पे भी कैच
हेलो Can you give me some space here? Yeah, absolutely. What time is it? कोई नहीं उतना गाएगा
आज चढ़ी
जुरेजे वॉच में सारे होना कि काम के देख लो
वो बंद बंद कर इसको
हे शुभ वदन गौरी नंदन शत शत करे प्रणाम तुझे। हे शुभ वदन गौरी नंदन शत शत करे प्रणाम तुझे। रंग जमाती संग जमाती जमाती संग जमाती सकल कला का ज्ञान तुझे। हे शुभ वदन गौरी नंदन शत शत करे प्रणाम तुझे। जमे साथ सुनोगे जमे साथ सुनोगे बार दिन सब गूंज रहे हैं झूम रहे हैं सब रंग कर्मी तेरे को सम्मान तुझे। हे शुभ वदन गौरी नंदन शत शत करे प्रणाम तुझे। शोभित ताल सुनो पर नर्तन शोभित साधु संत सब यहाँ में है साधु संत सब यहाँ में है अर्पित मेरा ज्ञान तुझे। हे शुभ वदन गौरी नंदन शत शत करे प्रणाम तुझे। शत शत करे प्रणाम तुझे। शत शत करे प्रणाम।
Good evening, dear ladies and gentlemen. We present to you a musical evening. I think this will provide succor to your academically saturated minds. This is an evening which has elements of theatre, dance, and music. Within dance, we have the Kathak dance form and Bharatanatyam, which will be presented before you. And in music, exclusively Qawwali, celebrating the legacy of the great Ustad Nusrat Fateh Ali Khan. Through folk compositions, most importantly, we will begin the songs by two shabads, holy hymns of the Sikh faith, which have been sung by the Ustad also. One of them, Koi Bole Ram Ram, Koi Khudai. This is composed by the fifth Guru, Guru Arjan Dev Ji, talking about the different faiths which think of the Almighty or call the Almighty with different names. And the other Shabad, Mitar Pyare Nu, which is composed by the 10th Guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, which talks about the yearning for the loved one, here the Almighty. This has been brought to you by Ras Rang, the repertory of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, led by a passionate faculty and students who learn from folk artists who have been with us for the last 12 years. These folk artists are excellent singers, artists, and teachers. We have here with us Jagdish Ji on the harmonium, who is accompanied by Ashok Ji on the dholak. They have trained In different cities, they have performed and traveled in different cities of the world and performed in India at major festivals of the Government of India. And our students are our group of research scholars and some students from different schools of the university, as we are open and welcome students from all schools. Today, Rasrang presents to you an evening full of devotion and love, presented with conviction, courage, and belief in the contemporary times, which the whole world, while the whole world is lost in the gains of war and violence. We have centered or tried to create a space of love and peace to sow the seeds of togetherness and humanitarianism. And dear scientists and biotechnologists, will keep in mind the aspects or the importance of nitrogen too, as we breed love and we may all reap the crop of peace, love, and togetherness in coming times. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, which means he who is truthful and pure is victorious. Let us hope that the future is the future, or the victory is for the pure and the truthful. Thank you. May you enjoy the evening. May I request some of you who are sitting at the back, if you'd like to come forward, and for the holy hymns, as a mark of respect, we usually cover our heads. In case you would like to do that, or then we may generally have that element of devotion while we listen to the first two shabads. Thank you so much.
Lord. My sweet Lord. I really want to see you. I really want to be with you. I really want to see you, Lord, but it takes so long, oh Lord. My sweet Lord. My Lord. My sweet Lord. Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna, Rama Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Rama. कोई बोले ना
जहाँ मैं कहाँ गया, दूर दूर देश भी घूमा, बहुत कुछ देखा, क्या क्या देखा, क्या क्या समझा। जहाँ भी गया वहाँ ये पाया कि लोग एक साथ गाते हैं और गुनगुनाते हैं। अब आज यहाँ आया हूँ तो लगता है यहाँ भी कुछ ऐसा ही आलम है। मुर्शिद, ये मंजर क्या है?
नाम की धुन है शहजादे, नाम नाम ले रहे हैं, सवाल है सांस एक लय में राम राम सबको पिरो देंगे। नसीब वाले हो बच्चे, नसीब वाले, सजदा करो, सुनो, कायनात बड़ी बड़ी है, प्यार मोहब्बत से अदायगी है। आओ
पूरे महाराज हम ओछे हर बात के, जो तुम पूरे महाराज अपने करके राखियो सोमा पकड़े की
सुल्तान की तरफ बढ़ रहा था। प्यास लगाई। सवाल। सत्य। मिलाने को जीव कहता है।
जब देखी छप पे की सोपी भूल गई शाम
आपके रंग सब चीरे नैना आपके रंग सब चीरे नैना
पानी का रंग ये तो
और बड़े पूछ रहे हो शहजादे, क्या बात है? सवाल डाल कराए हैं। और पूछना बड़ी बात है। दुनिया क्या, मुझे क्या पता, तुम्हें क्या पता। बोल बोल करता है, क्या बता
जिस दिल विच सजना वस जाए, जिस दिल विच सजना वस जाए,
उस दिल पे सुर कमाई जाने, सजना सजना बस जाए, उस दिल पे सुर कमाई जाने, सजना बस जाए।
दिल विच सजना वस जाए, सजना
उस दिल पे सुर कमाई जाने, जदों प्यार किसने न मार लेंगे, जदों प्यार किसने न मार लेंगे, उन्हों करे ना छड़ के ना
जिस दिल विच सजना सजना जिस दिल विच सजना Ave Mahi Tenura नंगे पैरों मेरी चमका बजती ते मेरे रोंद नहीं चारे
मुखड़े तो नजरा बटावा मुखड़े तो नजरा बटावा तेरी करता है तेनू की छावा करता है तेनू
Sajina
तेरा हर पल शुक्र मनावा तेरा हर पल शुक्र मनावा
दिल के चौक मुझे चैन से सोने न दिया, दिल की चोटों ने मुझे चैन से सोने न दिया। जब जाने मैंने तुझे याद किया,
दिल लगी फूल रानी पड़ेगी, तुम्हें दिल लगी
तुम्हें दिल पड़े तुम्हें दिल छानी पड़े मोहब्बत की राहों में याद करोगे, मोहब्बत की राहों में तड़पने पे मैं तड़पने पे कभी किसी से तुम पे सपने आगे जी,
आगे जी
अपने लहू के घूंट पी,
अपने लहू के घूंट पी,
आगे जी अपने लहू के घूंट पी,
अपने लहू के घूंट पी,
तड़पने पे ना फिर तुम हंसोगे, कभी किसी वफा वफा मगर एक बार आसमां कर तो देख, समाने को देखा, हमें भी तुम अपना देखो, हमें भी तुम अपना तेरे नाम दिल के बाजार में दौलत नहीं देखी जाती, दिल के बाजार में, दिल के बाजार में, दिल के बाजार में दौलत नहीं देखी जाती, सोचता हूँ कि वो कितने मासूम थे, सोचता हूँ कि वो कितने मासूम थे, कैसे क्या हो कैसे क्या इनको बनाया सनम, मैंने पत्थर से दिल को बनाया सनम, वो खुदा कितने अहले वफा, ये दुनिया यहाँ कितने अहले वफा, कैसे क्या हो गए आंखों में रहा, दिल में उतर कर नहीं देखा, और कश्ती के मुसाफिर ने समंदर नहीं देखा,
छू कर नहीं देखा
कि तू अखियां दे सामने नहीं रहना अखियां दे सामने नहीं रहना तेरी
वे कर गए
मंगना नहीं कहना बखना छोड़ दे एवे निंगा जया मंगना नहीं कहना तेरी बखना दिल मोड़ दे
बिबा साडा दिल मोड़ दे बिबा साडा दिल मोड़ दे बिबा आशिकी बंदगी क्या
that idea I love you. But I did not step away now. So I think you hung up that fire bomb. There I found something. And the third one. The sky falls out from above. Yeah. They are new to the Oh, Christian. Oh, you down in the of my son in overthrow the noble army. It is something that compels you to do unto yourself, to your brethren, and to all brothers. आज नवबहार चले चले भी आओ
एक घर एक घर पूजा एक घर रब राखे तुझा दरगाह याद पिया की आए याद पिया की याद पिया की तेरी याद इबादत मेरी इबादत मेरी मैं हजूमानी करा तस्वीर तेरी याद इबादत मेरी मैं हजूमानी करा तस्वीर मेरे हंजू पाती करा तस्वीर तेरी याद इबादत मेरी पाती करा तस्वीर मेरी इबादत तेरी मैं हंजवाती करा तस्वीर मैं हंजवाती करा तस्वीर पिया इन नैनों पिया इन नैनों पिया इन नैनों मैं पलक ढाक तो है लूं ना देखूं मैं घर को ना तो है देखन सांसों की माला पे सुरूं में की माला पे सिमरूं मैं सांसों की माला पे सिमरूं मेरे मन की सांसों की माला पे सिमरूं मैं की माला पे सांसों की माला पे सिमरूं मैं मेरे मन की हल्की राह मन मेरा मिट्टी माला पे सांसों की माला पे सांसों की माला पे सांसों की माला पे तेरे मन की और की मन की
माला पे सिंपल
यही सिमरों में पिता सिमरों में पिता
और जो खड़े हो जाओ काका। हाँ जी, और क्या बच्चों की जान लेंगे आप सब? कितना गवाएंगे? 6 दिन में तैयार किया। ये रघुराम जी के सारे काम ऐसे होते हैं। He will give very small margin of time, and then when you're supposed to give an culturally, okay, I'll do it. And the whole thing is, we don't have a lab, we don't get results. The whole problem is, these boys and girls have sung in front of you. I hope you won't mind. They're dancing on stage. And I request, if you want to shake a leg, where are you, John? I met you. Where is my friend from Egypt? I met you on 5th. You said I shake a leg. Let us see how can you shake a leg on a Bhangra door. So, Kaka ji, Chardi Kala, ye hatao maika shaika, te pado rola, te pado rappa. कोई आ जाए डांस करने वास्ते या बायोटेक्नोलॉजी भी तुसी सारे नाइट्रोजन और ऑक्सीजन हो गए हो. I hope your gaseous environment, let the world go to hell for some time moving.
ये दिल के क्या जीना देवी को सतनाम वाहेगुरु वाहेगुरु दा खालसा वाहेगुरु दी फतेह। जय शिवा है शुभ करते कभी न करो।
कर अपनी जीत करो हे शिवा हे शिवा हे कबूल न डरो शुभ कर मरते कबूल न डरो
आज तो कोई नहीं, बता दो इनसे। इन्होंने ठेका लिता है एनवायरमेंट का ते नाइट्रोजन का भी असा तो ले नहीं सकते और थोड़ा स्वामी का एलिमेंट फ्री नहीं पाया नहीं तो कर दे नहीं करती नाइट्रोजन दी भी सफार दी भी सवा दी कर दे नहीं मैं छड्डो परे you take the gases off the river. That is the need of a cause and the text of God. We are indeed indebted to all we find it. And I know this thing, whether it is here of God of Buddha, whether it is Shiva, rather than warfare,
It was too simple, this is what I said. A reading of Quran, if you're not looking for a meaning in it, if you don't get a result, that's the problem. I know. Mind is a passionate. Our part. We request all of them. Let the master of God. Whenever you have time. Pray for you. All of us. But if a bullet found man, whose power has given me enough courage? Young man said, who will make a human being to the country? Be yourself. Don't say me. I want something. All of us with the same power of God. Hey, the voices. But oh Lord, Lord.
Thank you, sir, for your delightful performance. I only could think of a line inspired by your theme that निगाहें मिलाने को फिर दिल जरूर चाहेगा और बार बार चाहेगा. We will love to hear them again and again. Kindly sit for a moment. I would like to extend my gratitude. So we can proceed. Yeah, we can proceed for dinner. Before proceeding to the dinner, I would like to acknowledge our partner and sponsor, INI, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University, Sustainable India Trust, Lifestyle for Environment, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, UKRI GCRF, South Asian Nitrogen Hub, ICAR, IFCO, Pivot Bio, and Spirit. You can proceed for your dinner in the main auditorium hall.